properly in a container, but please do not throw it on the ground. There are t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and pullovers in limited numbers, and you can still purchase them. They are in the entryway over where Judith and Zena are standing, Terry Mikkonen, and they will be only too pleased to be able to sell you a Sacred Journey t-shirt, hoodie, or sweatshirt. Bruce Bryant Scott, it's going to be easier for you to do notices of motion than me. Can you just tell people what notices of motion we have?
Good morning, I'm Bruce Bryant Scott. I'm the chair of the Sessional Committee on Resolutions, and we've received notice of motion of two resolutions because we're trying to avoid producing any more paper than absolutely necessary. I believe we can put them up on the screen, is that correct? So what we'll do is maybe throw one up and I'll just read it to you, and that'll be your notice. There it is on the screen. So this is, I can't, so, Ian, do we have a mover and a seconder? Ian, do we have a mover and a seconder for this yet?
I'm not sure if we do or not, but maybe if you read it as someone has asked, someone may be moved to do so.
Okay. So this is in response to the some of the words that the bishop gave us when he was reporting on the Sacred Journey yesterday, that the following message be conveyed to the hereditary and elected chiefs, elders, and councils of all First Nations of the Coast Salish, Nuu-chah-nulth, and Kwakwaka'wakw peoples on these islands. We, the bishop, chancellor, clergy, and lay members of the 97th Synod of the Anglican Diocese of British Columbia, meeting this 23rd day of April 2016 on the traditional lands of somebody pronounce that, Snuneymuxw and Nanoose First Nations, greet you in the spirit of our sisterhood and brotherhood as children of the Creator. We solemnly pledge that the sacred journey recently begun by the bishop will be continued by all Anglicans on these islands as a way of continuing along the path of right relationship and reconciliation. We also commit ourselves to taking concrete steps to respond to the calls for action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, especially the calls to the churches, including items 46, 48, 49, 59, 60, and 61. In particular, we commit ourselves to supporting, complying with, and furthering the principles, norms, and standards of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we undertake to foster increased awareness and support for those principles among all Anglicans of the diocese, beginning with a special focus on this subject in all parishes on the Sunday before National Aboriginal Day, June 19th, 2016. These activities to be undertaken whenever possible in partnership with local First Nations representatives. So that's the notice of motion. We're not debating it right now.
I'll move it.
Andrew Twitty is moving it. Well, I'm not the chair. We will tell you who's moving it and seconding it when we actually get to the motion properly. There is a second motion, which David's going to bring up in a second. One close, dear to my heart, that Synod recognize the unifying work of God in the refugee ministry of the diocese and lends its full support to this work, applauds the efforts of all those involved in carrying it on to meet the radically changed circumstances of refugee migration around the world, and thanks and supports the diocesan administration ensuring that it is recognized and supported as a priority ministry to recognize fully its importance to God's children and its importance in community and intercommunity building and interfaith cooperation. I do know that that's moved by Brian Rendell, and he'll tell me who the seconder is, Eric Partridge. So those are your notices of motion. Yay.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce, what table are you seated at? Table number 1. If someone would like to move and second the first motion, would you please speak with Bruce before, at the break this morning? Okay, thanks. Sue, anything else? No? All right. So we're really going to burrow down into the vision for the rest of the morning, and beginning with our bishop's charge, or at least first part of his charge, to Synod. So, Bishop Logan.
Let's move that over here. So friends, good morning. The morning prayer was wonderful, it was beautiful, but it took me back to a parish that I served in that shall remain nameless in Cadbury Bay, where there were some words that were placed over the nursery. I don't know if it was actually written out over the nursery. They shall not all sleep, but they shall all be changed. So as I said to you in the first part of the charge will be delivered in 3 parts. Excuse me, just a moment. So the part 2 was the part... I'm losing my voice. I've not even started yet and I'm losing my voice. Thank you. So part 2 of the charge was the part that was distributed beforehand. A little bit of an introduction there, recognizing the traditional lands we were on, and setting out the scene, I believe, for Synod. This part is part 1. So you've received part 2. Hopefully you've had a chance to read that. We'll come back to part 2 in a couple of minutes when we talk about the vision. So this is part 1. Part 3 of the charge will be the recharge. I will listen to what you've said in Synod, and then the final part of the charge will be giving at the end of Synod. As I said, my hope is that you will be the committee on the bishop's charge. Synod will, through your listening, forgiveness to one another, will be that committee. So last night I asked the Synod office staff to stand up and introduce them to you, but I want to thank them officially this morning. Gail, Stephen, Zena, Judith, Terry, Peter, Ed, Jackie, Sheila, Catherine, and of course Imelda. Thank them for their leadership and their work, and just reiterate again, the Synod office is there to serve and to look after the parishes, the diocese, and the work and ministry of the diocese. So that's the goal, that's why we're there. I want to take a moment and just thank who is here with us this morning, the Reverend Ed Lewis, who has served us very well as editor of the Diocesan Post, and I'd like Synod to honour him for his work and leadership among us. He has returned the Post, I believe, to its original place as one of the top diocesan newspapers within our national church. So Ed, where are you? There he is over there. Would you thank Ed? And later on in the Synod, Catherine will be speaking to us about where we're going to go with editor and Diocesan Post. I also want to honour our Chancellor for her leadership within our diocese and the great achievements in her public life as a lawyer, especially the honorary degree she received from our alma mater, the University of British Columbia. Well done, Chancellor. And I want to honour Bob Gill, who agreed to serve as Vice-Chancellor of the Diocese. Bob has brought to the Diocese and to Diocesan Council an enthusiasm for the Church, and we've all benefited from his leadership in the Bible studies that he leads at Diocesan Council. So Bob is over there. Thank you, Bob. And as I said last night, Michael Coleman announced his retirement as Registrar. Michael has served the diocese faithfully, and on your behalf we thank him for his leadership and ministry. And I introduced you to Nathan Lampart, who accepted the invitation to become Registrar. And Nathan has moved into that role with enthusiasm and energy at Diocesan Council as well. I want to give thanks for the leadership of the archdeacons, and you'll see them from time to time coming and joining us up here. Alistair last night and Brian this morning. But thanks to Penelope, Blair, and Lon also for their leadership within the diocese and their support. As I meet with the archdeacons, the executive officer, and the dean, it's a very important group for me to think through with and to ask for their counsel and direction. On behalf of the diocese, I want to thank someone else, and I want to get out of our way, and that's Mrs. Judy Truman. Judy has served this diocese faithfully as lay secretary since her election in 2010. Judy has served in her quiet, prayerful way. I continue to appreciate the way Judy's life and ministry is grounded solidly in Scripture. She's a wonderful witness of prayerful, biblically based lay leadership and ministry. So thank you, Judy, very much for that leadership. And I'm very pleased to appoint her the dignity of lay canon of the Diocese of British Columbia. Another person who served this diocese faithfully the last 8 years is Ian Alexander. He served both the diocese and the diocesan cathedral. Ian gives freely of his time, experience, and skill at many levels of life within our church. As he continues to travel for pleasure and work, he is always available to us as a diocese at the other end of his phone or computer. For me as bishop, Ian has been an amazing source of support and encouragement. Ian, where are you standing? Come over here, because I'm pleased to be able to appoint you the dignity of lay canon of the Diocese of British Columbia. When I initially came up with the idea of the Sacred Journey, some folks said to me that we needed a year to plan this event, and we also needed a project manager. Many of you know the story. I was in the south lawn of the cathedral with Morag and a frisbee, and around the corner walked Wayne Stewart, just arriving from Calgary, where Wayne is a senior layperson in the Diocese of Calgary. He spent 6 months here a year in our diocese where he serves and works at the cathedral, and he's always looking for a project when he comes. So I met him that morning and I said to him, "Good to see you. How long are you here for?" And he says, "I'm here till after Easter." And I said, "Do you have any projects?" He says, "No, I'm looking for one." At my bequest, he took on and began the work needed to make the Sacred Journey a reality. Not in 12 months, but in 4 months. I am grateful for his leadership, his counsel, and encouragement, and for being my traveling companion. Wayne is actually at the moment in Toronto. He's visiting with his family there. I'd hoped that he might be here for our synod so I could honor him and appoint him the dignity of a lay canon of this diocese. So. As I said last night, I'm very pleased that Archbishop John Privet is here with us. John's presence is very important for us as a diocese. Any conversation we have as a diocese cannot be in isolation, but must happen in a larger church. As our Metropolitan, John brings with him both our provincial and national perspectives. I have always admired John's skills as both facilitator and listener. I look forward to John's voice and the perspective he will bring to our ministry and ministry as a diocese. Archbishop, welcome, and thank you for your words last night. We continue to have an informal relationship with the Church of the province of Myanmar. I had hoped that we might be able to take time with our sisters and brothers in Myanmar to give thanks for what we have experienced and learn from each other in our companion relationship. I have been unsuccessful in my attempts to speak with Archbishop Stephen. It was my intention and we plan to send Bishop Barry Jenks over to Myanmar to say thank you and to formally end that relationship. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen. So we as a synod will give thanks for the many things that we have learned, for our companion relationship, for the experiences some of us have had during our visits to the diocese and the parishes of that province, and for hosting some of the clergy and laity on their visits to our parishes and to our homes. We will formally end our companion relationship at the synod. I will communicate to the Archbishop that sisters and brothers, and our sisters and brothers in Myanmar, that we do give thanks and we honor that relationship, for we have learned much as a diocese from them, and my hope is that they have learned much from us. I will ask partners in mission to begin the work for looking for a new companion relationship for us to continue on in the future. Again, connecting us beyond our borders of our diocese and the borders of our country with the church and the communion in other parts of the world. Do you want to answer that now, or do you want to wait? I honor the work that has been done in our diocese with the respect to support and resettlement of refugees within our diocese. The work we have been involved in has engaged us outside the walls of our churches and with those who do not identify themselves as being Anglican. I give thanks for the leadership of Canon Bruce Bryant Scott, Ms. Rebecca Siebert, Mr. Tony Davis, and Mr. Brian McLaren, who have been the steering committee and make up the diocesan refugee team. I also give thanks for the parishes and community groups who are working very hard at this important ministry within the life of our diocese and beyond. I really believe if we're talking about experiencing God's world, this is one of the most important areas where we can experience God's mission in our world. My involvement with Intent City in Victoria has made it clear to me that there's a role that we as a church must be involved in with our communities, and I mean the communities in which we find ourselves, the villages, the towns, the cities. Many of our parishes have excess land, and they're in conversation about the use of these lands and how they can be used for ministry and mission. Affordable housing is a huge problem within our province, within these islands. As I have traveled around these islands and I've asked the question of parishes, what are the needs of the people who live in your communities, in those villages and in those municipalities? The thing that stands out more than anything else is social isolation, whether it's seniors, whether it's teenagers, whether it's families. I am asking the asset management team and those parishes that are looking at the use of the land to engage in a serious conversation around affordable housing. As we have journeyed with the folk in Intent City in Victoria, we have found a group of people who have discovered community. No longer do they live in isolation, in abandoned cars, or in parks, or in the doorways of business communities. They live together, and they have discovered the importance of community. They have discovered an identity. No longer are they faceless people wandering around the streets of our city. They have an identity, and they have a dream. They have a dream of a house and a community of their own. I really hope that our government and the officials within our province can see that. For surely to goodness, the part of government is to build community, to give identity to people, and to make dreams of all people, all citizens within our province, a reality. Which answers that important question for us around engaging God's world. That is, where, brothers and sisters, is God's mission the world? And lastly, as I did at the last synod, in the first part of the charge, I invite you to be a listening synod, listening to one another, listening to what folk are saying. The first word in the rule of Benedict is listen. Listen. I invite you to be a person in a synod which listens. There are 5 directions that come from the rule, and I think that these are important for us as we go through. First one, obviously, is prayer. The synod is couched. It will be complete, begin and end in prayer. We will do work here, good work, the work of the church. We will study together, and we will learn together. Another part of the rule is renewal, and that is the ability for us as individuals to see beauty, and to see beauty in others. So look for that beauty, look for that newness to be gathered here over this time. And the last part, hospitality. The question for each of us is this: how do I live hospitality to those others at my table, to those others I will be in conversation with, to those others I will be listening to in the synod? Thank you for your attentiveness and for your listening as I have spoken. And that concludes end of part 1 of my charge. I'm going to ask if Canon Alexander would come to the microphone and lead us as we go back a little bit in history. Where have we come from? What has brought us to this day? What has brought us as a diocese to this place in our life? And Ian is going to lead us in that.
Thanks very much, Bishop. I'm going to do that with help from a lot of other people. So we'll just sort of set things up so that that can flow. Good morning. Shall we try it all together? Wila mola manuch. One more time, let's get a bit more energy into it. Sue, you too. Wila mola manuch. One more time. Wila mola manuch. Oops. We're having a bit of trouble, David, with the remote this morning. So Wila mola manuch. We are traveling together. And that is the theme of this synod, and the image of the journey is really running right through the synod and right through the diocese. And last night, of course, we heard about the bishop's literal sacred journey, and this vision fulfillment journey of ours is also a sacred journey for the diocese as a whole and for us as individuals and parishes within it. And before we launch into, to drill down, as the Dean said, into the vision, we've asked Donna Wall if she would offer us some reflections on the implications of the metaphor of the journey as we continue to walk this road together. So Donna, you can use mic 2 here.
Many of you will remember the words from the Hebrew scripture from Deuteronomy that begin the process of bringing our offerings before God. When we say, "A wandering Aramaean was my ancestor." Those words which capture our imaginations and call to mind our own sacred journeys. All of us who have shared in the bishop's sacred journey can now also say, "A wandering Scot was my bishop." When we were watching the presentation last night, I think that image of Bishop Logan climbing inside that tree was profound. We can call to mind moments in our own lives when we have crawled inside the tree, a nesting place, a place of reflection before we have to come out and begin again. We are on sacred journeys as individuals, each one of us with our own story, our own road markers, things that we point to and say, here was a turning point. Here was a difficult time. Here was a joy. We are on sacred journeys as parishes. And each parish represented here has its own story to tell. Stories of joy and redemption and forgiveness and healing. And we're on a journey as a diocese. Some of you have a longer memory than I do and know some of those stories, those wayside stopping points. But those of us who have been on this particular part of the sacred journey are aware of feeling some of that mixed up feeling about what is our vision? Where are we going? What is the story now? And what is it that we're working so hard to save for the generations to come? Sometimes the journey looks like green and clear and the sunshine lighting the way. And other moments of the journey are more difficult and dark, confusing. But we know that on our journey we follow the way of Christ. And his was the path of suffering, of sorrow, of listening to people where they were, meeting them in those dark and frightening places in their lives, and bringing light and hope to those places. Because his is also the way of redemption and forgiveness and resurrection. On the journey, there are times when we have to sit and tell the painful parts of our story, those things that rise to the surface, those things that we have to get off of our chest. It is in the telling of those stories and in the listening to them that we begin to find the way forward, that we begin to find healing, and to reclaim that gift of God to us, which is one another. We walk this path. There are some things that we need to put down, and that can sometimes only happen in the telling of the difficult parts of the story and say, okay, I've told it, and now I'm willing to leave it here. I don't need to take it forward. Sometimes there are things that we don't have that we need, and we look to one another. Can you offer me this to take with me as I go forward, as we go forward together? We need guides on our way. Those who are gracious and willing to tell us how they have found their way, how they have set things aside, how they have embraced hope and new life. In the course of this day, we will have many conversations and many opportunities to listen. And at the heart of it is God's promise to us, God's gift to us of one another as we walk this sacred journey.
Thanks very much, Donna. So here's another picture of a journey. And here are some of the questions we tend to ask ourselves when we're on a journey. Where are we going? Where have we come from? Where are we right now? That's what this guy seems to be asking himself. And where do we go next? So we're going to try to provide some answers to some of those questions in the next little while. Some of this is by way of a recap, sort of the story so far, and some of that will be new to some of you. Others of us probably have forgotten most of it and probably could benefit from a refresher. So how many people are new to this synod, weren't delegates, members of the 96th Synod? Hands up. So quite a few new. Okay. And we know that there was a lot of virtual paper in the Dropbox that was provided to you. So this is by way of being a sort of a quick recap of some of that material. Starting with where we're going. You might think we start with where we've come from, but really kind of the first question on a journey is, what's our destination, or what's our direction at least? Where are we headed? And the direction often evolves as the journey unfolds. The words on these next 3 slides are my own, but I'm hoping that if you look back over all the papers and all the presentations and all the discussions and consultations that people whose faces I can see in front of me conducted over a long period of time, there are some themes that are pretty clearly emergent, and I think quite consistent with the 10 directions, and hopefully consistent with some of the reframing of the vision that the bishop is going to take us into in the next session. So where are we going? Well, here are some of the places that we seem to be saying we want to be going. David, I'm really having trouble with this. So we are hoping to move towards a vital and revitalized Anglican communion on these islands. A communion that is mutually connected and supporting one another in a strong and loving covenant of trust. A communion that is deeply engaged in the lives and issues and people of our communities and of our world. We want to be a community that nurtures rich and diverse forms of individual and collective spiritual formation and practice, and that spiritual practice shapes how we live out our lives in the world. These are the things we've been saying to one another for the last couple of years, it seems to me. We want to be the kind of communion that is constantly finding new ways of being church, ways that are rooted in our traditions and express those traditions for our time and our place. We've said very clearly that we celebrate and enable the ministry of all the baptized. We know we need to do better at reaching out to a large number of groups of people who are not as connected with this church as we may be and as we would like them to be, and among them I name young people in particular. We want to be a communion that communicates effectively with each other and with the rest of society in which we live. And we want to be a communion that makes the best possible use of our resources, our people, our real property, our money. So those are some of the places that we seem to have been saying we're going. Sound familiar? Sound like a good place to go? I think so. So, where are we now, and where have we been on this journey that is an ongoing journey? So we saw the hands of the people who are new to the 97th Synod. So let's reverse it now. Who all was at the 96th Synod? Hands up. Okay. And no, keep your hands up. And keep your hands up if you can remember verbatim all the motions we passed at the 90th. First prize to Andrew Twitty. But for the rest of us, perhaps just a really quick review. And we'll just go back 2 short years. It's actually amazing when I was thinking about it to realize that this is what we've done in 2 years. And by the way, what I'm recapping here is very much what is in that backgrounder, the vision backgrounder that was included in your kits. So again, this is kind of the Coles Notes version of that. So, spring of 2014, consecration of Bishop Logan, the commissioning of the Diocesan Vision team, and I see a number of the members of that team here in this room, and the first of the listening tours. Please forgive me for the slide issues. And there's a short video here that was produced right around the time of that first iteration of the vision work, which I thought it would be good for us to have a look at again. So if we can roll that now.
A clean heart, a new heart, stone becoming flesh. All of these biblical images of the gospel, the good news of Jesus Christ bursting alive, bursting anew within each of us. Renew,
repent,
reimagine,
revive,
reveal,
redeem,
reunite,
reconcile,
release.
release into something new, yet still as ancient as our faith itself. We have discerned a spirit-led vision which believes in God's abundance, a vision which releases us from fear, which joyfully trusts, a vision which steps out, turns us around, and turns us outward.
We believe that this is nothing short of a call to metanoia, a radical transformation of our hearts and spirits, a baptism of life change for all of God's people, a bold living into Jesus' proclamation that God's kingdom has indeed come near.
This vision is not unlike a Celtic knot. Its priorities and foundations are like an interconnected web, where many of the elements weave into each other and seek to support us all in our common life in Christ.
We have listened and we have prayed for these last months. We believe that this is a vision spoken through the people in all of our unity and in all of our diversity.
This vision seeks to celebrate who we are and who we have been, as we prayerfully and confidently move into God's future for us as Anglican Christians on these incredible islands.
All of the vision documents are now available for download. Look for the repackage at bc.anglican.ca as we engage this vision as a diocese together, today, tomorrow, and into God's incredible future.
A number of us will remember the kind of mood and feeling and spirit that was in the room in St. Mary's Oak Bay in the fall of 2014 when that vision was adopted by Synod, and you will remember the 4 priorities of that vision which were embraced at that time. Resonant worshiping communities, lay and ordained leadership, healthier parishes and ministries, right relationship and reconciliation. And the Synod mandated then the vision, renewed hearts, renewed spirits, renewed people, those 4 priorities, these 2 foundations, responsive effective communication and revisioning our assets. And the final act of that synod around the vision was to give a mandate for the creation of a vision implementation team. So that was fall of 2014. Is this all kind of coming back to you now? Yeah. So then we move on into 2015, and that mandate given by the fall sitting of the synod was implemented, and 2 teams that worked very closely together and in fact at one point became integrated into one another were formed and got to work: the vision implementation team and the planning and feasibility study team. And they did some work, they did some thinking, a draft document was circulated, and then another round of consultations took place out into the regions. I'm picking up on the bishop's theme of the first word in the Benedictine rule and listening. There was a lot of talking, but there was also a lot of listening. At the first of those consultations, which was up in the Nimkish region, we shot some video and then made that available as a resource for the other groups and for discussions in local parishes. And again, as part of this recap, I thought we might as well, it's 8 minutes long, let's have another look at that video.
We're here in Campbell River today, and we're here for the regional gathering of the Nimkish region, and we're here to share with them the work that's been done over the last number of months by the Vision Fulfillment Journey team. What we're doing is we're feeding back to the people of the Nimkish region what we believe that God had said through them last year when we gathered here, so that they can hear their own voices and they can hear God speaking through those voices back to them today.
So, as islanders, we gather on some traditional lands. We gather on the traditional lands of the Kokwakiwak people, Mooshalis people, and the Coast Salish people. When I came here this morning and the door was shut, there was a dragonfly at the entrance to the doorway here. Dragonfly, in coastal people's tradition, means change. It means more than that, but it means a willingness to change. The fulfillment of this vision, some of it will be our work, but the majority of this work will be God's work in us and through us. So what you'll hear today, and the work that you'll hear today, is actually from the Vision Fulfillment Journey team.
I would like to see the vision be fulfilled in a number of different ways. One is I would like to see the vision given a shape and form of how we will do mission and ministry as we move into the years ahead. I would hope that the vision will really revitalize not only the diocese but the parishes within the diocese. And I think that the promise is there and the potential is there.
We started as a lay organisation, and we are again rediscovering the excitement of every member ministry, where all of the baptized we learn to fulfil our calling in God.
We hope to have more training and opportunities for laity to design and lead worship, which is one of the things the Nimkish people mentioned to us last time, and which connects to the next 2 directions of lay ministry and leadership formation.
We want to make use of our real estate, not necessarily in the way that we're using it now, and not necessarily by getting rid of it, but quite possibly by using it in new and different and better ways.
Friends, specialized ministries like these ones, these are about remembering the other, who's already in our midst. This is about remembering the ones who don't necessarily stand out, the hidden ones. It's about enabling and ministering with the ones who do things a little differently.
So that if someone in Nimkish has a ministry that has sprung up organically and is going really well, it might transfer to a church in another diocese. But we need somebody who can make those connections for us. Somebody who can also help us access the resources to put those things together, to say, you want to do this project, but maybe you need some funding. Here are some organizations that might be able to help with that.
We envision multi-directional communication network that makes use of the modern technology to link our geographically diverse diocese. It would be great for you to be aware of something that's going on in another parish.
This vision hopefully calls out to the lost sheep of our communities, to those who have been hurt, perhaps through closing of parishes, and those who have been hurt by the experiences of residential schools and just simply the results of that.
We want to equip both lay and ordained leaders so that gifts may be brought out, may be discerned and exercised for the benefit of the whole community. Because that's what Jesus did. He brought out the gifts in his followers and sent them out to change the world.
Why can't we stay the way we are? I think first reason is that because God is calling us to be something different, and in every generation the church has to be reformed, renewed, take a step back and ask questions around about what direction we're going in, what effect are we having on ourselves in our relationship to God, what effect we're having on the communities. So we need to take that step back, and this is an opportunity we've had to take that step back. What I'm hoping is that we can move from that problem-saturated story into a more positive story about ourselves.
I love this line. Faith is too important to be left to the clergy. We all need to be witnesses and need training to do it.
I recognize the ways in which things that we already do and ministries that we have already fit into the vision and reaffirm those.
There was a real interest in reconciliation with not only the First Nations, which is clearly a very major agenda, but reconciliation with people who have left our churches feeling confused or hurt or abandoned.
If we are serious about including our sisters and brothers from First Nations communities and other communities, then that should be integrated in everything that we do.
Lay ministry was a definite yes, that we want to put resources into equipping and training members of the laity as well as members of the clergy.
Responsive, diverse and relevant, because we felt that actually ran through most of our vision. And it applies definitely to lay leadership.
Find a balance between what is effective and what isn't effective, or where we can make changes and make improvements.
Lay ministry training, communication, and congregational development were the top three. And that was kind of easily agreed to.
There was a request, could we teach clergy how to preach? I'm not going to comment on that at all.
We've been talking about how the world is impacting the church for years now, and I actually get the sense that we are finally coming to grips with some of the specifics that will enable us to move forward in an energetic way and also in a very meaningful way.
It brought it to life for me. I've read all the paperwork and it's just been another document. And today, just hearing everybody talk about it made me feel like it can happen.
The renewal is actually already happening as part of the process. We are not just moving towards a vision in the future. The vision is coming to be in our present right now. Thanks be to God.
I would hope that 5 years from now, as the diocese looks at its shape and its form, its ministry and mission, that they could see it being shaped by this vision in such a way that we can look at congregations and we can say there's a vitality there. And I think that we, as we shape the church on these islands, have a potential of shaping the church as a whole. I think we have a gift here because we're islanders, because we're on the edge of the world, if you want, coming back into the center of the church, we can bring something really special. And so I leave inspired today. And in many ways, what I hoped for coming here, I've seen in action in the time we've spent here in Campbell River.
So that was in Nimkish in I think about May of 2015. And by fall of 2015, those consultations had gone on around the diocese, and we were actually in this room when the second sitting of the 96th Synod took 3 important decisions. There was a commitment to those 10 directions. The bishop will back to those 10 directions and do some work with them very shortly, so I won't recap them here, but you've seen them in a number of documents. Secondly, there was the approval of a 3-year spending plan, $1.5 million over 3 years, the recognition that we have some resources and we need to get started now, but at the same time, the recognition that to make the vision sustainable would require a considerable infusion of new funds. And so while we weren't ready to figure out how that exactly would happen, we commissioned a feasibility study for a major financial campaign. And those were the 3 big decisions of the last sitting of Synod that sort of platform us into where we are now. So that's a sense of where our ultimate destination is, some of the steps that we've taken over the last couple of years, and now the third part of this, a bit of a snapshot of where we are now. So let's make a bit of a checklist. So the Waller report is done, and it will be discussed today, and the implications of that report will be a major focus of our discussions today around the campaign and also around the kind of cultural temperature taking that Rob was able to do as a result of those very in-depth qualitative interviews. But that is not the only thing that's been happening. As Andrew says in that wonderful clip at the end of the video, the vision has been emerging while we've been continuing to talk about it. And so we have not been standing still. We continue to be on this journey. And so I just now want to take us through some of the other things that have been going on. One of the other acts, by the way, of the fall 2015 Synod, when the 3-year spending plan was passed, there was an "and that" second clause in that resolution. Does anyone remember what it said? Well, I had to look it up, so I do. So I can tell you. It said, "and there will be regular reports to Synod on the work, on the results of the spending of that $1.5 million. And in a way, what we're going to go through with the help of a number of people in the next 5 or 10 minutes is kind of the first of those regular reports on the work that we've been doing in the short term with the short-term funding that you approved. And it includes 3 people who are in positions that had either been left vacant or didn't exist before at the Synod office. The work of 3 teams that are diocese-wide, that are very outward-facing and very much involved with that engagement of God's wider world. And then a whole lot of other initiatives, and believe me, it doesn't begin to scratch the surface of what's going on in all the parishes and all across the diocese, but just it gives us a flavor of how much is actually happening. So we're going to start with very quick reports from each of the 3 people who have gone into major positions at the Synod office in the last little while, starting with our executive officer, Stephen Martin.
Oops. Good morning. June 24th, 12 minutes after 12, approximately.
90 seconds.
I accepted the invitation to become the executive officer. And I just was getting comfortable with the governance role as being treasurer when I had to throw that away and learn something new. And I'm still learning, so patience with me. We have done a lot of work. I think my greatest success so far is the 2 people you're about to hear. We have a very good staff, and we're here for you, and that's the important thing. And it's important for you to see us, to know where to find us, so that we can help in situations. And that's enough for me. On to the next.
I am Gail, and we were introduced briefly last night. I guess what I'm looking forward to is bringing some more formal practices into the diocese, some of the accounting documentation and things that will help us run in a more, bringing in some more effective methods of tracking and communicating with the parishes, and also with forming some relationships that make things a little bit easier for all of our volunteers. Thank you.
Good morning. January 18th. I think I was told don't come in until 10 a.m. I've spent the last 3 months since I have arrived meeting, learning, and listening. I've been halfway up the island and back more than once. I'm looking forward to getting all the way up. I've been on a sacred journey, running to catch up to our bishop, helping to share the story. I've been assessing our technology and working to determine ways that we can use that technology more efficiently to help each other do our work, our ministry in the places where we find ourselves. I've begun the work of redeveloping our online presence, including our website. Believe me, work in progress. The preliminary design of which I hope to have a chance to show you this afternoon. I have been on the receiving end of lots of ideas, lots of feedback, lots of suggestions, and I'm looking forward to working with you to determine the way forward together. For now, I just want to thank you for your warm welcome, the hospitality many of you have extended to me, and your willingness to help me every step of the way. Thank you.
And you'll be hearing more from both Catherine and Gail later today. So you'll recall that at the fall synod, the bishop put a great deal of emphasis. In fact, I think 2 of the 10 directions got highlighted in red as being of particular importance, and for shorthand, to speak of them as the very outward-facing ones, the places where our identity as Anglicans on these islands interfaces with the wider world. And there are 3 groups in the diocese that are doing work in those areas, and they all have names that matter. Relationships matter, creation matters, and justice matters. And we thought as part of this inventory of work in progress, it would be good to hear briefly from each of these 3 groups. So Alon is going to talk a bit about relationships matter.
Thank you, Canon Alexander, and thank you for your assistance in preparing. I have a couple disclaimers, I think, to start with, and that's that we, Relationship Matters Committee, are not the experts. We don't know it all. You are the people who are in relationship day to day, and we are learning together, and I don't think any of us are, in fact, experts, so we have a long ways to go. The other disclaimer is, even though we talk about resources there, we're not a funding group. So you can come to us with ideas and exciting things, but we're not the ones that say yea or nay to X amount of dollars and cents. But I'd also like to ask people from the committee to stand. Not the entire committee is here, but some are. I'm one of the chairs. Sister Brenda Jenner is a co-chair with me. Matthew Cook is here, Will Ferry, and that's it that's here today. But use us as resource people if you like to connect during lunch or at other times. And as you see, building partnerships, walking and doing this sacred work that we know it's sacred and it's fragile, and we might make mistakes along the way, and how can we work together, share stories, look at what's being successful in one place and talk about how that might apply in another. And it seems to me that together we can do that, and it also seems to me that there's so many exciting things going on in this diocese, and so many people doing deep, passionate, important work and building of relationship, that our role is more and more, Donna talked about guides on the journey. I like to think we're people on the journey helping you load or unload your luggage, helping to point you in the right direction, helping to listen to your stories and helping to encourage. So we have looked at decolonization as being one of our primary mandates. That's kind of what we started with. We've moved into looking deeply at partnership and relationship and what that actually looks like. What does any human being want out of partnership? What does family look like? What does church look like in relation to that? And I heard a couple of important things in the last 24 hours. One of them was Kirsten's words in the video yesterday, Kirsten McManamy, saying that where do we go with the future? What's the future of this journey, the sacred journey? And that call to action, I think, is very important. I chatted briefly with the bishop as I walked about 3 kilometers with him on the journey from within Esquimalt to get to our parish church from where that photograph was taken at the Songhees Wellness Center. And one of the questions I posed to him was, how do we live this out for decades to come so it's beyond all of our time? And he said, well, that's up to you. And I thought, me? I think he actually meant that's up to you, all of us, all of the people from the parishes you come from. And so this is not simply a legacy of Bishop Logan's time, although it may well be that as well, but it's a major paradigm shift in the life and energy of this diocese, and I think that every single one of us in this room and in our parishes has some role in living that out and moving it forward and being part of the vision of actually being in good relationship with each other, sisters and brothers in First Nation, and with each other here in these rooms. So thank you. I think I've said enough, and members of the committee are around if you have questions, and we're all available at other times as well by email or telephone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
Thanks, Lon. The second group we're going to hear from is Creation Matters, and Wally Emer is here, and Mike 2 is at your, whenever you ask for it.
Hello, I have 90 seconds, so this will be short, but the work is long. Archbishop Justin Welby said the World Church has 2 major priorities. First is peace, and the second is climate change. Creation Matters inspires care for God's gifts of the earth and all life. Climate change is part of that, but it is more than that. We see ourselves engaging with among each other and outside to the Anglican Church here in this diocese, but also worldwide, and with those outside Christianity, let alone just the Anglican Church. We want to explore for better understanding. We want to make change in the world. Then we want to check, see how it's working, and we'll adjust. Canada yesterday on World Environment Day, Earth Day, signed the Paris Climate Agreement. But Canada won't make those changes. Canadians will make those changes. Despite my knowledge of climate change, which is less than Dr. Jeff Strong, but more than perhaps some, I drove to Synod. Did any of us walk? What would a carbon neutral Synod look like? How would it happen? This committee will be struggling with those issues, and then we will be pressing for change among all of us. We're looking for better methods of community inside the church and outside. The Reverend Austin Spray has concocted, Austin, forgive me, but it's a witch's brew of social media and websites to try and allow us to communicate better, form teams together, go forward together, without driving up and down the island and exhausting ourselves. Go to Facebook. There is our beta copy to be discussed at our next meeting in early May. It's called Creation Matters, Diocese of British Columbia. And there you will see a paper written by one of our members entitled Elegant Frugality. Go on the blog and give comments to that and help us develop those ideas. Whenever the Holy Spirit comes among a group of people, that dance of spirit, only a fool thinks they know what the answer will be, but It's going to be neat. It's going to be neat. I suspect what you will see in our committee is not the traditional delivery of corporate priority issues. I suspect what you will see is something closer to an incubator, a tech incubator, where ideas are fostered and things happen. Next, please. Creation Matters, two of our principals, the former co-chair, Ken Gray, and our current co-chair, lay co-chair, Dr. Jeff Sprung. First week of August, Sorrento Center. It's going to be great. Be there. Thank you.
I'm just going to let that sit there for a minute, that little ad, Wally. Thanks a lot. And the third group that we're going to hear from is Justice Matters. Maybe I'll put the picture up now, Nancy. There it is.
Thank you. Justice is what love looks like in public. It's always useful to have a co-chair with you. You do. Just a brief moment to introduce some of the members of our committee. We have the Venerable Alistair McCullum, and Clara Plunmondon is here. There she is. Those are two members, but I'm happy to say that we have members of the committee from outside the church, from the University of Victoria and from the member of the Downtown Service Providers in Victoria, and we are working to broaden the voices we have in our group. So how does our work at the moment fit in with the diocesan vision? We too have been doing a lot of listening to each other, but it is in the four dimensions: education, advocacy, engagement, and action. So going to the next slide as it comes. This picture is reality. This is a couple in their mid-60s, retired, and now for the first time in their lives, homeless. This is a picture of their living room. As a group, we are educating ourselves and others about poverty issues that exist not only in our province, but in the larger context of our country. We're looking at potential answers and solutions, including housing options such as microhousing, creating communities and housing, as the bishop referred to in the first part of his conversation with us today, and food sustainability, or sometimes you would know it better as food security. We have circulated information on social justice issues across the diocese during the last federal election. Awareness, education, engagement. We also created an opinion piece on poverty, partly in relationship to what was going on with Tent City, but also in concert with the bishop's letter to the province. And we have been invited to speak to the people through the media. I'm not certain how effective that always is, but that's just me. This picture was taken on Easter Saturday as the bishop was coming towards the end of his sacred journey, that part of the sacred journey. And this is a picture from Tent City, where he was welcomed, drummed. There were songs, and one of them was of gratitude. But that's not the first time that that expression, that relationship with our bishop has happened in that community. The first time, as I recall, he came and talked at the Sacred Circle, which happens most mornings. And there was a woman that came out of there from the First Peoples. And she said, I can almost think about church. Because you see, she was a survivor of residential schools. And through that, she has continued to work with that community. So we are working, as I've said, on our own, but with our partners to bring the depth and the extent of the effects of systemic marginalization of those who are economically disadvantaged. They're also the ones we find isolated in our communities. We're bringing them to your attention, you as church. We're also bringing them to the attention of the judicial system and society as a whole. I encourage you to read the judgment of Judge Hinkson on the injunction around Tent City, to hear the stories and to see where the church stands in that decision. Our voice is beginning to be heard. Bishop Logan has issued a challenge to the church and to the province regarding the causes, symptoms, and solutions of economic and social injustice. We must journey with that. When the sacred fire was first introduced to Tent City, this was what was created. Honor yourself, honor others, honor this place. So in the moments before, the day before, the injunction hearings were held, people from the community, from Christ Church Cathedral and other groups came together, and we did a candlelight vigil in silence around the camp. The first 2 large candles were lit from an ember of the sacred fire. And from that light, all the candles were lit, which surrounded in silent darkness this community of people. One of the candles continues to burn in solidarity with those who are marginalized and homeless in our community, and it is on the altar in the cathedral. The other piece is, this is also a place where spirituality is discovered, where people are beginning to voice questions and state their sense of the Creator with us. That was an amazing meal. I can point to some of the faces in that screen and say, he's just found some housing for the first time in 3 years. He's found some help with mental health issues. So we are building relationships with those most affected by poverty and homelessness. And we're partnering with many other community social justice groups, such as Together Against Poverty Society, the micro-housing groups, particularly Victoria Micro-Housing Society, Immigrant and Refugee Services, the Intercultural Association, and so many other groups that work on behalf of marginalized people. And so this is an amazing moment in time where things are shifting. The things that we have not paid attention to are now no longer avoidable. So I'd like to pass over to my co-chair for some other comments.
Hi, my name is Brian Rendell. As a member of both the Diocesan Social Justice Committee and the Diocesan Refugee Committee, it's my honor to report to you on the social justice ministry this diocese has been engaged in with refugees. I have a lot to say. I asked Stephen Martin how much I should write down because my presentation is written. He said, limit myself to 25 pages, single-spaced.
Brian,
So-
I'm just going to interrupt you to say, I see that these numbers are the old numbers, but you have more current information as you speak.
Thank you. First of all, I'll start by saying this is not a picture of the refugee family I will mention. This is a picture taken from the Times Colonist, but it does reflect the many families at this diocese. And that's the focus of what I want to say is the work we have all been engaged in, and it's incredible. I will begin by commending to you the one-page refugee committee report, which is found in your materials. Since September of last year, the refugee work of this diocese has expanded dramatically, literally to respond to the explosion in the numbers and needs of refugees around the world. We have proved, to quote Bishop Logan from last year's Synod, that we are here for such a time as this. I would like to recount a very brief personal story involving the refugee family that my church, St. Matthias, brought in February and is presently supporting, and then to give you a few numbers and finally to link this work to the vision of the diocese. The family we support is 2 parents and 2 children. They're from Syria. The children are a 5.5-year-old twin. They arrived in February the 10th. Yesterday I was spending time with Shedwan, the father and the husband, and he told me that until his children arrived in Canada in February, they had only lived 1 year, their first, not in a war zone, not at constant risk of death. This is the great work that this church and this diocese is engaged in. Now for a few numbers to help you understand the scope of this work. Prior to last September, annually the diocese would support bringing in approximately 4 to 6 refugees. Our growth has been dramatic to meet the need. As of this past February, we have welcomed 53 refugees, and these numbers have gone up again since February. But as of February, we've welcomed 53 refugees. Many parishes are directly involved, indirectly involved, either as constituent support groups or working to support constituent support groups. Additionally, we are working with Canada Immigration to process and settle 53 more refugees, and we're preparing applications for a further 56. In total, this diocese will this year be involved in the rescue, and it's nothing less than rescue, of at least 138 people. 138 of those whose faces we are called to see as the face of Christ. As many of you know, the scope of this work is gargantuan. Working with Canada Immigration to identify refugees, completing the massive and complicated, and I will say painful, application forms, forming, training, and working with constituent groups, raising funds, providing the necessary due diligence oversight to protect the interests of the diocese, to protect both our special agreement holder relationship with the diocese, and to protect our tax status, and working with the families upon their arrival, which is just the last part of the process. We have been more than fortunate for the leadership of Bruce Bryant Scott and John McLaren, the work above and beyond the call of duty of Rebecca Siebert and Tony Davis, and the support of the diocese, the Diocesan Refugee Committee, and many, many of our parishes. I understand that at least 3/4 of the parishes in this diocese are directly or indirectly involved in this work, which is overwhelming. This work is developing great relationships, not only within our diocese, but with congregations of other churches and other faiths, and with secular society, which has noticed and noted our work in this ministry. There have been a number of partnerships with secular groups. They raise the money, they provide the direct support to the families, we provide the relationship with Canada Immigration, we provide the mechanism through which they raise their charitable money, we provide the training, and we provide the financial oversight. It works very well. I'll close by noting that our last synod, our bishop asked us what song of the Spirit called us to be moved. Clearly, the song of love, the song of compassion for the refugees has moved all of us. Our bishop also called us to travel together in a unified effort to care for the, as he would say, poor, the homeless, the stranger in need, And I would humbly submit in closing that the refugee work of this diocese has been a reflection of our collective and unified strength to do God's work. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and I know we're moving very quickly here, but the intention of all of this is to give you a sense of how those vision words, which can often feel very abstract, are actually playing out in a whole host of concrete actions on the ground by individuals and groups across this diocese. And there are so many more things, and I'm just going to list a few of them because here they are. In terms of making the diocese feel more connected, we had a very successful diocesan conference last fall. In terms of shared ministries, which was one of the items that was identified as needing more work, there is a provincial conference coming up in the fall of this year, and I believe Stephen Martin is very much involved working with others across the ecclesiastical province in that. Work is happening in terms of leadership formation and the bringing of a number of our clergy to the Congregational Development College in the Diocese of New Westminster, the implementation of post-ordination training under the leadership, I believe, of the Reverend Alan Naylor. In terms of youth and family ministries, exciting to know that 30 young people from this diocese will be attending the Clay Conference in PEI in fall, and many of them have had some financial support from their parishes, but there has also been significant financial support and impetus for that from the Synod office. And the work that you've heard about before, going forward under Peter Daniels' leadership around asset management towards a community model where we can actually leverage what we're doing on some of our properties to generate more resources so we can do more. That work and that planning and that development of a business model is continuing. And there could be another half a dozen slides about this, but there's just one more piece that I would like to draw your attention to, and it's the Vision Fund. And I'm going to take you through these bullets, but there is on your tables, there is a single sheet that you may have already noticed. It says Anglican Diocese of British Columbia Vision Fund, call for expressions of interest. This will be going out electronically to all parishes and other entities in the diocese at the beginning of the week. But this is one of the elements of that $1.5 million 3-year spending plan that we mandated last fall and that is now rolling out. This one is specifically to support current and emerging ministries. And before I go any further, I didn't see Julie come in, but is Julie Poskett here? Am I seeing her? No. We are getting some really useful expert advice on this fund from Julie Poskett, who many of you may know as an Anglican, an oblate, a member, a delegate to past synods. Julie is the music and dance officer of the BC Arts Council, and she has a lot of experience at managing juried awarding of grants, which is exactly what we're doing in this process. So she's helping us figure out how to do it. So the idea is that each year, starting this year, we will give out $125,000, capping each project at $10,000. If you are an existing group, for example, a parish, the idea is that matching funds will be available. We're looking to see an equal quantity of funds to those that are released by the diocese coming from the local group that has the project. If it's a new entity, we're prepared to offer full funding. As I say, through a juried process, this is all spelled out in more detail on the handout. The jury will be looking for 3 main criteria, and there will be a complete application form to follow. And the criteria will be, first and foremost, alignment with the diocesan vision. Secondly, engagement with the Anglican and wider communities, so some sense of the impact and the reach of the project. And the third being feasibility and sustainability. So we're putting out a call for expressions of interest right now so that we can get this process going. By the end of June, we will be receiving full application forms, and by September, we will be putting out decisions and actually writing checks. So that is the Vision Fund. We encourage you to respond to the call for expressions of interest. On the breaks, if you want to talk to Stephen or myself, we can tell you more, but the call really is, I hope, fairly self-explanatory. So that's a bit about the journey, where we're headed, where we've come from, and a bit of a snapshot of where we are right now. And just before I close, I forgot, so we've been trying to use visuals and words and images, metaphors, and one of our other senses, of course, is the sense of hearing. And Donna and I were trading messages back and forth over the last few days and talking about some of our favorite journey songs. And we thought what we really need is a Synod playlist of journey songs. So on the breaks, will you come and put up your favorite song, and maybe we can, I don't know, I guess we don't have the Wi-Fi here, but we can at least send the list home with people. Donna? Yeah, yours was the, boy, did that ever take me back, 1971, right? What? So, yeah. No, songs about journeys. Well, could be. That could be too. Stick them up there. Anyway, so we've talked a bit about check where we're going, where we've been, where we are now. In terms of where we go next, I'm going to hand things back to the bishop to take us back to the vision and forward with the vision. Bishop.
So you will have a break after my presentation, but I think you should stand up, kind of do this, stretch, move around. Don't leave. Don't go anywhere, but just stretch for a moment or so. Okay, thank you. So every so often in the McMenemy household, my daughter Chelsea, this is not working, jumping in out. I can stand in one place. Okay. So every so often my daughter Chelsea would come in, I'd be sitting in my chair, reading the newspaper. She would sit in front of me, fold her legs, put her hands on her lap and say, "Now, Daddy-o, here's the deal." So friends, here's the deal. You've received part 2 of my charge where I talk about the Waller report, and I reframe and reshape the vision. I just want to show you what that looks like on a PowerPoint. This information you've heard before. That's where we live, just in case you were wondering where we were. And then the vision with the 10 directions, as you remember, we approved at the last sitting of the Synod. Reconciliation beyond, engaging God's world, remote and shared ministries, youth, young adults and families, current and emerging ministries, lay ministry leadership formation, worship resources, finance resources, asset management, effective communication. That's the way the vision was presented. That's how we approved the vision. As I go around the diocese and listen to people and talk to parishes and listen even to diocesan council, this is where we are at the moment. Okay. So in hearing that and thinking about it, I thought it would be important for us to take a step back, look at those 10 directions and do some work with them. And I started by asking God to help. Show me your way, Creator. Point out the road for me to follow. Show us your way, Creator. Point out for us the road to follow. And we go back to these 10 directions. So if you spend some time with me and just watch the movement here, I'm going to start moving some things around. I'm going to start with taking out some items that we'll come back to later on. Okay? So reconciliation and beyond. Engaging God's world. Youth, young adult ministries. What was that one? Lay leadership and lay ministry. Worship resources. And I'm going to split one, which is current and emerging ministries, and bring them back as emerging ministries and current ministries. So take out emerging ministries. So that leaves us with five areas: financial resources, asset management, effective communication, remote and shared ministries, and current ministries. And I said in the charge, I believe that those are things that any diocese does. That's business as usual. That's what we're about. Looking after our finances, looking after our assets and buildings, communications, remote and shared ministries, and current ministries. And we've called those faith and foundations. Faith and foundations, that's one group. If you want to use a kind of imagery of windows, that's a window that's always running. We're going to bring other windows up that we can work on right now. Are you following me on this? Okay, good. So we're going to bring other windows up, but that's always running because we're always doing that work. The question that is before us, coming out of the vision, is how can we do this work more effectively and more efficiently, and how can we do this work in the future in relationship to the vision? Okay? How do we do these areas of ministry more effectively and efficiently and in relationship to the vision? So if we could leave that behind and move on to those other areas that I took out. And those were reconciliation beyond, engaging God's world, emerging ministries, lay ministry, leadership formation, and worship resources. And I'm going to split those into, there's one missing. There you go. Youth, young adults, and family. I'm going to split those into two groups. Okay? So the next slide will show us splitting those into two groups. The first group is called Faith in Action. Faith in Action. And it's engaging outside of ourselves. It's the church going into mission, engaging our local context, as a diocese and as parishes. That's reconciliation beyond, emerging ministries. So those three areas: engaging God's world, emerging ministries, and reconciliation and beyond. The other part is faith and formation, and that's looking at congregational parish development, and that's looking inside our parishes. Youth and family life, the worship resources, and lay ministry and leadership formation. And lay ministry and leadership formation talks about the laity, but also talks about clergy and ordained ministry as well, how we do that. So splitting those two, those become the direction of the vision for us in the future. Should we do faith and formation first and get all our act together over here and then move out to faith in action? Or should we do faith in action and learn what we need to do inside? No. We do both of these in concert. Both of these working together, both of these learning from one and building the other, and learning from the other and building the other ones as well. So that is before us as the vision. That's what will shape and form us as we move ahead in the future. And as Ian pointed out going back in the past, some of this stuff is happening now. Justice matters, engaging God's world. Creation matters, engaging God's world. The refugee support is going on at the moment. Relationship matters and reconciliation beyond. The sacred journey. And just one example of emerging ministries within our diocese, but there should be other ones as well, and that's the Emmaus community. How do we do church differently for us in this generation? And that's something we'll have to take risks at, we'll have to experiment, we'll have to do exploration. Does church look like this? Does church look like that in the local context as we reach out? If that doesn't work, have the courage to step back and say, okay, that's not worked for us. Let's do something different. Let's do something different. The other areas over here are, you heard about the 30 youth going to Clay this year. We know about the island liturgy and the work of the Liturgy Commission, and they will continue to do that work. And we haven't done enough on lay ministry and leadership in the diocese. So that's a focus we're going to have as we move ahead. But we have really focused in on ordained ministry and recruitment training as we move ahead in those people who are coming up for ordination and their formation as well. So I leave that with you as a reforming, a reshaping, a renewing of those 10 directions, as something I think that we can get our teeth into, as something I really believe that God is calling the church to look at as we move ahead, engaging our local context and engaging in parish development. And we're going to just break for a couple of minutes for a break in a moment, and when we come back, Catherine is going to lead you in a conversation around about these two questions. In what ways does what I have said help us focus the vision, and what is missing? In what ways does what I have said help us focus the vision, what is missing? And I'll go back to this slide here, and I'll leave this up for you as you think about in what ways this focuses the vision for us and what might be missing in that. Okay? Back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Bishop, and Canon Alexander, and all the presenters. Let's take a break, and because I've got the mic, I say you can have a break until 20 to 11. See you back here, but you have to come back. Oh, yes?
Could the nomination committee come to be with Brian at the front table, please?
No, I have to get this to the next person.
Testing. Okay. Welcome back. Quickly, quickly, quickly. No more coffee for anybody. That's it. Look at, and they're still getting coffee. Megan, you were the last one, nobody else. Cut them off. Close the door. All right, so we've been given a task here, folks. You've heard the bishop reintroduce the vision. We have faith in action, faith in formation, faith in foundation. The two questions before us are, does the presentation put the focus of the vision back in view? Secondly, what are we missing? I hope you've had a chance to talk a little bit over coffee. Well, what were you talking about? There was a lineup in the bathroom. All right then. Well, I'm going to give you literally 5 minutes just to talk in your group about these two questions. And then I want us to open it up to the larger group and we'll just share together back and forth, okay? But I just want you to start to percolate together about what you heard, whether or not things became clearer for you than they were at the beginning, and what might be missing. So 5 minutes, go. You all have that sheet, faith in formation, faith in foundation, faith in action sheet to refer to, so we're going to leave the questions up here for you to consider as well. This.
This? Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Watch your pants. Do you have that document, Faith and Formation, Faith and Foundation? Yes, sir.
Computer out because we'll have more videos, right? Eventually. Ask for it. Yeah. So I wonder if it's because I chopped this down. I wonder if I somehow damaged it. So you want to get that one out?
I mean, I can just make the audio one.
I bet you I damaged this one. Sorry?
I mean, we've been muting it at our end.
Okay, how are you doing? I know 5 minutes is not a lot of time, but can we come back together to the larger conversation?
So friends, as we move back into the larger conversation, I invite you, if you have some feedback for Catherine, to go to the microphones, number 1, number 2, number 3 over here. If you can start making your way over there now.
Because we are live streaming, we want to make sure that everybody, including everyone here, can hear. So, Stephen and I are going to tag team this a little bit. We'll also bring the microphone to you. But what we want to hear is, has the presentation brought this more into focus for you? Do you want to raise your hands? Okay, hang on. No, sorry. Okay, no? Somebody.
Yes.
All done.
Yes, it has. My question, though, is that what's our goal? Because a vision is one thing, but what's the goal that we're working towards? So if each of those particular pieces has a goal, then we can create a plan of how we get to that point.
I forgot to say, Catherine has produced a document. It's on Ian's holding it up now. There's a copy for everybody where she has just taken the highlights of each of those areas and put them on a one-pager. But if you remember at the last sitting of Synod, there was a far more in-depth document produced that's still available, which reflects all that the implementation team heard from the diocese, and it drills far deeper into those different areas. Thank you for Bruce for bringing that up. Catherine.
On this side of the room?
I'm David Stewart, St John's Parish in Duncan. One of the things that we see is that in our area, more and more retired groups, people are coming up into our area. They've obviously decided that Victoria's too expensive and they're moving up around our area. And we've seen a big boom in older retired people. And all too often they're coming into our community for the first time. They don't know who's around. And one of the things I see is that we need to be able to work with these people in an effort to draw them in and get them established in our community and maybe in our churches. And so in the same way as we talk about youth, I think there is the other side of the coin where we need to talk about the older people who've retired in our area.
Thank you.
Let's go back to that side, Ian. Then we'll come back.
mic one.
With all due respect to a focus on youth, it seems like we jump from seniors to youth. And I think we're missing a demographic, serious demographic, that those are the families after us baby boomers and to the youth today. And I don't hear us talking about a focus on that group of people. And I think it's a large demographic that we are missing. And they are the ones who we need to be behind us in bringing the youth. It's interesting, I work with the RCMP across the province, and the chaplain for the RCMP in the province is a leader in the Baptist tradition. And he shared with me one day, he said, it's wonderful you Anglicans looking at all the great youth work we're doing. But he said, on Sunday morning, we have as many gray hairs percentage as you do. We're missing, what are we missing, or why aren't we linking or able to link with that missing group?
I'll ask each speaker to say who they are and where they're from.
Brian Evans, Archdeacon of Malaspina Cowichan and St. Paul's, Nanaimo.
Wally Emer, Deacon, St. Peter and St. Paul's Church, Esquimalt. First of all, it's easier to walk with 3 loonies in your pocket than 10 quarters. So 3 is easier to actually remember and work with than 10. And these 3 are useful. I don't know if there's perfect, but useful is a good test. Second, whether we have 3, 10, or 30, we have to have the discipline to make it incarnate in our parish, each parish. I noticed the report said we don't have parish ministry plans, or have very few of them. We will not understand this in a deep way until we take the 3 or the 10 and try to put them in to see what would change in the parish we know best, which is where we worship and live as a congregation. And without that, this will tend to be seen as a top-level managerial process that most people will duck successfully, sadly.
My name is Mal, good from Snuneymuxw. I wanted to speak about our foundation. At the beginning of our foundation, we have to question God, why he allowed Satan to associate with us. Satan broke into the church. He broke into a residential school. And the one church I was in was Anglican. And Satan damaged all the kids. We were starving, we were alone, we were crying in our hearts. And we're still lonely today. We're really sad, and I really love that lost. We are lost, the Native people. And yet, we have a lot of love in us. There's so much love in us. I was telling George, Brian, when we see you downtown, Brian! It's nice to hear your name. It's nice to be known. And our people need love. We look for love. I was saying earlier, our people, we've been decimated in the residential schools. And what do I live in the world? Do I live in the world of demons? Do I live in the world of angels? Because in a way, he is in us yet. We call him C-Salt-TM, the high respected one. We still love him, but we're hurt, we're lost. And he's attacking us today. Every day he's attacking natives. Today, in Canada, we have 400,000 kids in foster homes. Satan is saying, let me take your kids. I'm going to take them. I'm going to take your kids. I'm going to take yours. They're taking all our kids today. And those people you saw on the bench, that is us again. We're lost, we're homeless. And our kids and grandkids are going to be there because Canada is still taking our kids. 400,000 today, more than residential schools. What can the Anglican do for us? Can they speak up for us? We love our first people. Stop it. And hopefully the diocese can stand up for us because we're lost. We're alone. We're native people in our own land. I see you guys have all your help ready for refugees. But it's hard to heal in our own houses sometimes. It's so hard in our own home. And I'm in your home. Can you see me? Can you hear me? I need help. My people need help. All the babies in our culture need help. And we need love. We need Anglican love. We need all the church love. And that's all I can say right now. Thank you very much.
Mel, Haishkasiem. We're going to have to kind of move on to the next part of the agenda. Maybe two more, if we can. One from here, one from over there. Anybody else?
Hello, I'm Patricia Stock from St. John's in Duncan. What we discussed in our group was the first question, does this put it back in view? And our answer was kind of mixed there as to yes and no. Well, we still are struggling, a lot of the parishes, with 10 was possibly too many to deal with, and I think that's where a lot of people got stuck. So we sort of had the question, should individual parishes themselves prioritize them, or is that being way too narrow, that there's people with gifts that it would be, you know, in one of the 10 maybe that wasn't the popular choice in the parish. So that was what we were struggling with. Thank you.
In my presentation this afternoon, I talk about we're one body, and that one body can't do, every part of the body can't do everything. So what part is your part of the body going to take hold of? What are you passionate about? Where is the energy in your context? So I think that that's really important, to not try to chew the whole pie.
Hello, my name is Neil Mickman. I'm with Church of the Advent in Colwood and Langford. One of the discussions around our table said, due to limited resources in smaller parishes, that they're forced to, focus on one or more, or two of the items, and what do they do about the rest of them? I'm looking at the bottom question up there, what is missing? And regional resources has not been mentioned at all. We don't use our regions properly. Our regions reflect on the values of the community that they're based in. So the region of Selkirk has different values than the region of Nimkish or the far north or whatever. So we have to rely on getting the parishes together and building resources through the regions.
Thank you. You'll be hearing later too, this conversation is continuing. This is one small piece of the conversation that we will continue to have as we discern the way forward with these 10 directions. Please continue to talk in small groups, as individuals, one-on-one, over lunch. We will be coming back to this later in the agenda as well. But this is an ongoing conversation. We'll be going out to those regions to talk with you further about this and what it means in your context. But thank you for getting the ball started again with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. You will notice that the ballots have come around for nominations to Diocesan Council. I just want to call your attention to a couple of things. We have on one side 2 clergy, and on the other side 4 laity. There's only 2 laity on there. Really encourage you, in a very short time it's left, to consider prayerfully yourself for nomination for Diocesan Council. And if you can't do it for yourself, maybe you can nudge somebody else and prayerfully consider them. Also, if you look at the nominations that have come from the regions, there are no regional youth. No regional youth. On the Youth for Diocesan Council, there are no names on that. So if one of our visions, part of our vision is youth ministry within the life of our diocese, then we need to start right here and right now in the Synod and do some work around about that. Brian Evans is chair of the nominating committee. Brian, do you want to come forward? Okay. Microphone number 2.
No worries.
We have presently, did you want me to give a list of the nominations?
Yes, please.
We have presently for Dawson Council, there's 2 positions for clerical from the Synod, and we presently have the nominations of Eric Partridge and Donna Wall. There are 4 positions for lay, and we presently have nominations of Ian Alexander, Bruce Winter, Penny Holt, and David Stewart. We have no youth nominations.
We will.
I started by saying Peggy. It should be
please.
Penny Holt, H-O-L-T. Penny is from the parish of St. John the Divine Victoria. David Stewart is from the parish of St. John's Duncan. And Ian Alexander is from the cathedral. And Bruce Winter is from, I've got to find your sheet, Bruce, St. George's, Cabral Bay. And Eric Partridge is priest of Main Island, and Donna Wall is priest at St. Michael and All Angels.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much. If there are any other nominations you have, very short time before nominations close. They're going to close in 5 minutes.
And Imelda Secker has nomination forms, and so if you're really anxious or if there are youth here, please.
And we will not need the form for treasurer, as Michael Murgatroyd's unable to be with us, and we'll leave that work on to Diocesan Council. So, okay, thank you, Brian. Just before we move on to the next report, I want 3 people to stand up. They were unable to be with us last night, but they're postulants of the diocese, so you can see them. And that's Gail Rogers, Matthew Cook, and Gillian Harris. So, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thank you for taking time to be here with us. As you know, last year we engaged Waller and Associates to do a feasibility study of the diocese. You have all the information, all the reports. Rob is with us, and I'm going to hand over this part of Synod to Rob, and he'll take us through the report. Thank you for the work. As I said in my charge, I think this is the best snapshot we've had of where we are as a diocese that has been taken by an outside consulting group. So thank you very much, Rob, for your work and for your leadership.
Thank you, Bishop. Bishop, honored guests, and members of Synod. I feel very privileged to have had the chance to work with you over the last 6, 7, 8 months. As you know, in the church, we are called to be a sign that God's promises are true. And when you hear what's really going on and what God is doing in the parishes, just even the reports that we've heard last night, today, it's amazing. You are a sign that God's promises are true. And I feel very much like I'm on holy ground. But I'm going to take 20 minutes, and I'm going to try to give you a balanced view of the report that you have. This is the executive summary. The full report was too heavy for me to hold up. And because the amount of data that we were able to gather, we wanted to come back to you with a clear baseline. But any report, you just decide when you're going to cut off, keep working on it. And I'm going to do the report, and then, so bear with me for 20 minutes. And I know it's a long time, but try to bear with me. Feel free to close your eyes, and then we'll open up for questions. I want to liken this report and what's happening right now as climbing up to Mount Baker altogether. That if we were sitting down at the base camp, we would say, you know what, we don't know the way up the mountain. And I want you to think of Martin Luther King for a moment and his famous speech about mountaintop. And that in this study, what we've done is that we sent an advanced group of people up to the mountaintop to see what's the best pathway, what are the obstacles, what resources that are really going to be needed to all of us, not leaving anybody behind, to get to the top of the mountain. Just have that visual. And so the report provides a snapshot view and subjective and objective data, so it's all there for that purpose, that you know that what you asked for last Synod really is there. So the study, though, is not intended to say that you have to fix everything before you start up the mountain or before you start on your next step. So you have to fix everything. It's meant to give you a picture and to test the capacity and the enthusiasm of individuals and congregations across the diocese for undertaking a major financial stewardship initiative to raise $22 million over and above current giving. And our observations and, I'm not doing a good job here. Just going to move in this one to the... Oh. That's probably about as good a shot as anywhere. So gauge the level of support. And so the proposed target of 22 million was more than just large in the minds of the majority of the interviewees. It is a staggering and unrealistic number that doesn't generate optimism or enthusiastic support. But the truth is that the capacity is there to raise 22 million. As I did the study, And you got to know the first few slides are a little bit long here in my talking, so bear with me. It's not going to be like this all the way through. But besides seeing the amazing beauty of the islands and the incredible concern, commitment, and faithfulness of all the people I had the privilege of meeting, I will never forget the early morning drive from Tofino to Parksville with rain coming down in sheets that I could barely make out the twisting road ahead. Or the number of interviewees who again and again, without any prodding, stated that their own children have no interest in the Anglican Church, and the consternation behind their remark and their honest desire to engage with young people and young families. And the number of interviewees who again and again stated their deepest concern about new ways of being church, about how do we make our Sunday worship and our liturgy more vibrant and engaging. So how do you change? And people are looking to the 10 directions to show the pathway and the resources. So the study, interviews, and survey took place between December and February, and the written report was brought back to members of the Vision Fulfillment Journey team, including the Planning Feasibility Study, a team for their reflection and guidance. And I want to thank the members of the Vision Fulfillment Journey team for their support. There was a lot of information you asked us to gather, and a lot of the interviews were well over an hour and a half. But the interviews, many of you here, and I'd ask you to stand up, but we promised confidentiality, and you were so dedicated to giving us the info that you know that we needed to do the study, and I thank you. You were very candid and committed. For Synod, I want you to know that we asked to talk to 3 kinds of people. We wanted to talk to people of influence across the diocese, and we wanted to talk to people of affluence. Yeah, we weren't afraid to we needed to talk to people who God has gifted with some resources. And we also wanted to make sure that we talked to naysayers, and we talked to a good number of naysayers. So in total, this number of interviews and surveys adequately represents the diocesan context and provides sufficient information and data to accomplish the study objectives that were laid out in the full report and establish the next steps and recommendations in my mind. Now, as we traveled around the diocese, there were different parishes, obviously, that shared with us. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a picture. So in Salt Spring, the concern about the maintenance of the main building and elder care. At St. Michael's, the need for purpose-built facilities and adding youth and family ministry. At St. Peter's, in Canberra River, the need to be more missional and moving out and meeting God in the community, and building youth and family and using the land for things like hospice or Abbeyfield. And then in St. Peter and St. Paul, the need for a new ministry center and repairs to the tracker organ, and the list goes on. St. Dunstan, the need to do more upgrades and social housing. And St. Mary's, new roof, we lack funds, need continuity and stability. There's a lot of things really going on and happening. So I just wanted to share with you some of those stories. But we also learned that no one seems to really know what other parishes are doing. There appears to be a huge disconnect between Synod, that's diocesan council, and the parish leaders. And the lack of communications is in the main just the symptom of deeper organizational issues that need to be addressed. So I'm going to move to support for diocesan vision. So in terms of the diocesan vision, there is an encouraging and a very strong sense that the diocesan vision must be done. As you can see, there is a significant majority who support the diocesan vision, largely because they understand that doing nothing is not an option. 54%, 33% that you see up there, those aren't overwhelming, encouraging numbers. But I need you to know that for this stage of where you are in this journey, this is actually an encouraging response. The interviewees know the challenges that would lie ahead. I had one priest look at me and say, "Rob, I have no idea where I would start to get my parish leaders on board with this. I want to, but I'm really going to need help." The majority of the interviewees want to keep moving forward, and there's the sense that by not taking risks, this could be opportunity lost forever. The diocese and its parishes has many, many, many strengths that are outlined in our full report. Now, I'm going to talk just very quickly about the support for the campaign. Again, in terms of support for the campaign, and I need you to know that when you read the report, you'll see the terms financial stewardship, campaign, or financial stewardship initiative. My wrestling with the term has to do with that I believe so strongly in stewardship, and the Greek word oikonomos, where we get the word economicom, which is not the economy of God, which has far more to do than money. So I have to always put the word financial in front of stewardship because that's the kind of stewardship we're talking about. I don't like the word campaign because it's a military kind of a word that sounds almost like conquering. And so I was in a dilemma. So please bear with me. I called it the Financial Stewardship Initiative. That's my intent. As you look at the percentages, they're encouraging. These are very encouraging. We asked people what range of gift or pledge they might be prepared to consider. I had a gift chart starting, I think, at, I don't know, $25 a month or something and going all the way up to $200,000. I had probably about over 50% of the people indicated. A lot of the people, the other 50%, weren't ready to really indicate what they might give if you were to move into a campaign. But those people who did, I need you to know they're significant. You know, they over $1 million. I want you to know that as those people who have great capacity that I was interviewing looked at the chart, they were choosing the low end of the chart because they're waiting to see the signs that would allow them to move to the higher end of the chart. They're waiting for the diocese and they're waiting for diocesan leadership to really indicate, okay, this is the pathway we're going down. So we have to tell you that it became clear that the diocese has got some very reasonable capacity and very possibly, as I said, the capacity to raise $22 million over 5 years. But, and now here's the but. However, for those of you who read the report, you know what this is coming, right? We want to invite the diocese to join together in further discernment. We want you to pause at this crossroads. We want you to give consideration to the study findings. And so we want you to work together in further discernment regarding the next steps and exactly what the Spirit is saying to the diocese through this synod and possibly through the study. We would ask you, and I'd ask you not to ignore in any way the findings of this study. However, we would not want you to base your responses to going forward on only the study, but to see the study as a snapshot that is good for, I'd say, 9 months to a year, because ideally, you need to take some direction. In my mind, you need to take some direction, and as a group, you can see the slow pace of how you've been moving, and the key to how God is moving you forward is to keep enough momentum that you have some positive energy. That's just my own bias in here. But we believe the diocese must first pause at this crossroads and give serious consideration to those implications. So the 4 critical issues, building trust, case for support, culture, leadership. Again, bear with me on this slide. I don't have any pictures to go with this. The currency of the Christian church is not money, it's trust. Trust in relationships is huge, and the levels of distrust in the diocese are still excessively high, based on some very negative experiences that broke trust in the past and have virtually created a culture of distrust in a number of places in the diocese. I know this must be a tiresome comment because it's been around for years, but this reality must be accepted first. Just as we heard the previous speaker talking, the vast majority of interviewees indicated that many, many people do not feel a part of the diocese at regional and parish levels. And it's a common thread in many other dioceses as a systemic issue that's in our structure. It is a systemic issue. It's not as if your diocese is somehow alone in some of this, but you're at such an excessive level that some strategies must be put in place. For genuine, faithful, meaningful relationships and real change to happen, both diocesan and parish leaders must be very cognizant of this reality and look at every single action, what they say, how they say it, and ask, will this build trust? How do we convey this information or decision so that it also builds trust? It must be a new day in this regard. And I want you to know that I see that new day already beginning, but it needs very intentional strategy on the part of every leader. This is not going to be overcome in a day. It's an issue you're going to need to take by the hand. Case for support. As you know, the case as presented in the 10 directions is too large, too broad, and too difficult to embrace, lacking in both the specifics and the sizzle that are relevant and necessary to motivate and capture the support of average parishioners. Most organizations today doing fundraising try, and I hate that word, try to find the hot button that gets donors really excited. What you've got is a whole pile of hot buttons here, and the truth is that the case needs more development to be positioned as more compelling and inspiring. But there is a recognition through the study at the end of the day that these directions are the most important things that must be done. People want to see the 10 directions brought to reality. Culture. The diocese will need to keep discerning ways to facilitate adaptive and transformational change. We can't keep on doing the same things, expecting a different result, and we know that. But that work of adaptive and transformational change needs to be done and keep going. That aligns the way things get done with this diocesan vision. In order for today's church to thrive, greater organizational flexibility and innovative stewardship, such as community partnerships, and the amazing thing that happened with the Syrian refugee crisis is the energy that was in the room as I talked to interviewees about what was happening in their parish. That's exactly what it feels where you sense that God is calling you to go. But what I also saw with that culture, that the quality of the staffing configuration that you can see that is already beginning is very, very good. It's a new day. We heard more about the yearly request for data from parishes, about that request that the diocese makes for data than you can imagine. Almost every person we talk to. The institutional names for those forms is an example of shaping the culture and the relationships and the image of the diocesan office. It's these little things that just kind of create that kind of a top-down relationship. Leadership. The faithful implementation of the diocesan vision and the financial stewardship campaign will depend heavily on leadership. This is virtually a number one factor. And the reality is that there are key individuals, including clergy and lay leadership, who are not on board with this initiative. So we know you need to take time to talk things through, questions, concerns, needing full responses. That across the expanse of the diocese, there are individual parishes who will not want to participate. As a result, this may require a far more hands-on, targeted approach to building support and initially implementing parish financial stewardship campaigns on a selective basis, such as pilot projects. In light of these realities, a multi-year financial stewardship initiative or campaign must be built on a solid base of successfully, faithfully taken next steps and a well-organized plan with clearly articulated strategies and milestones. The financial goal must be approached strategically, building upon the current giving strengths of those who support the diocese direction. At the same time, you need to be searching out and cultivating new prospective givers, implementing initial gifts and planned gifts initiative. The number of people who indicated planned gifts or gifts of estate was amazing. Like the potential, the capacity is here. It hasn't gone yet, but the window is getting smaller year by year. There's no question about it. So our recommendations are contingent upon these things. And we know that we have to have a nucleus of strong and gifted leaders, but ones who really understand the context and the pull of God of where the diocese is being led to go. A commitment to a plan that creates sustainable funding for participating parishes. The worst thing in my mind that could happen would be for the diocese to engage in a program where it does a campaign, parishes work on it with all their hearts, they end up with a few dollars, and at the end of the day, they haven't increased their stewardship awareness or their financial stewardship. It's got to be a long-term, financial, sustainable. We got to think big picture, not just a one-off kind of a campaign model. As you can see, that I'm proposing in the study immediate commencement of processes to build regional and parish engagement. I think it, personally, I think that by the time you really get moving, it's going to be a year. So research of potential key givers. Quick comment here about the cathedral school. Would love to say more, but generally, you want to see the cathedral succeed. There is no meaningful connection between the cathedral and the parishes, who typically see the cathedral as just another parish. This is hard for me to say, because I've worked and been in other dioceses where the cathedral is recognized as a true cathedral. And the cathedral needs to undertake a multi-year communications plan to rebuild relationships with parishes. And I'm recommending that the cathedral campaign be considered as a later phase in the implementation of the diocesan vision. The plan for the precinct, in my mind, is very, very important to the diocese's future and the future sustainability. That's a very, very important plan for the Anglican Church, and what you do and how you engage the community down there. And I know it's Victoria. Fundraise, well, I tell you, when you travel around the diocese, you hear everything's in Victoria. Everything's in Victoria. That's the view. And it's a deep concern. So how do you do that? How do you kind of make that all work? So very quickly, fundraising potential. As you look at those numbers, you know, it is very encouraging to note that 76% of the interviewees agreed with the concept of splitting. But there wasn't a person that I talked to that didn't say this was going to be a tough sell. Many interviewees agreed in principle with a 50-50 split, but that was not in any documentation. And there was enthusiasm for the parish receiving a larger share of the split when it was explained that parish financial objectives would need to be based upon their own parish's preferences and plans. Based on experience, parishes engaged in this capital stewardship model that's being proposed in here are capable of raising between 1 and 1.2 times of their annual parish giving over a 5-year pledge period. That's within the course of a successful parish-based initiative. It's clear that not all parishes will participate, and not every parishioner will be able or willing to support. Leadership, clergy, and lay support of the fundraising initiative will be the #1 factor in determining faithfulness and success at reaching a parish's financial goal. The diocese, parishes engaged in this kind of a capital stewardship model that was proposed in the project overview are capable of raising between 1 and 1.2 times their annual parish giving. This means that the diocese should potentially be able to raise 5 to 7 million over the multi-year pledge period, recognizing that not all parishes would be participating at the same time, as participation should ideally be staggered according to their readiness to participate. A parish participation rate of 90% could be possible based on what we learned. So as much as 3.5 million could be raised in major and planned gifts. And there's a need for the diocese to identify and secure. It's not as if you're going and trying to get people's in back pockets. It's more that Anglicans have 2 pockets. One through which they will keep the church going because they want to keep the doors open. But there's another pocket. When something comes around, like whether it's the Syrian refugee crisis or something very important, they will reach into that other pocket. And that, to me, in terms of major and planned gifts, 3.5 is very doable. Parishioners clearly desire to support their parish, but not so willingly the diocese and General Synod with a gift in their will. And I'm talking about planned gifts there. Parishes are looking for the processes and resources to move forward with acquiring planned gifts. Now, it's not so much just giving people information about planned gifts. You need expertise that can come into the parish and actually help people sit down and look at how they could make a planned gift now. And that's a particular level of expertise that really I don't believe you've had in the diocese. It's not just about marketing. It's about helping people live into the vision that God has given them about how they are to direct their assets and their estate beyond their lifetime. So, redefining the 10 directions. Interviewees consider all 10 directions important. I don't know if you looked through the appendix, but they're not all equal. And the interesting thing was when you looked at the combination of the survey and the interviews, there was real good matchup. Very interesting. Interviewees consider all 10 directions important, but they're not all equal. The top priority direction for the majority of interviewees is number 4, the youth, young adult, and families. This was a hard one for me to really unpack. I found this hard because for years in the church we've been saying, yeah. Youth. I mean, I remember being a 16-year-old, being at St. John Shaughnessy, doing a drama and all the adults were saying, yeah, we got to get youth in the church. This has been crazy. But I think what I heard people saying in the interviews, we've got to do what we've got to do. It's time. Like, we just can't push this any further. Somebody please tell us what we need to do to really make this work. The opportunities are there. There are some really good things happening, as I said, in the diocese. People want to see these directions brought to reality, and they want to hear stories, see the resources and processes. The case for support is not experienced as compelling as it exists. People have difficulty seeing the possibilities or opportunities it offers. It lacks the sizzle that is clearly going to be necessary to actively engage parishes and people, not in a marketing way, but in a genuine faith-building discipleship understanding that, yeah, that's what we got to do. So the case needs to focus on parishes if it is to succeed. So one potential timeline is the preparations phase. And again, remembering that momentum is key. What I've outlined is a preparation phase that basically runs from after Synod to, let's say, September. I think that's enough of a timeline to start to get to work on the case for support and rewrite it, do some work on organizational structure, communication materials developed, organizational processes in place, start to get things moving. That summer is a good time to do that. And then, as you can see on the next one, is what I've suggested is a consultation phase. I'm trying to drag this out as much as I can so that you can all feel that you can get on the same page before you actually go forward, because you're not ready to get going on a major financial stewardship focus right now. There's these things that need to be done. So in the consultation phase, proposing October, November, October, December, consultations will include one-on-one conversations with clergy, lay leaders, consultation meetings with regions, regional parish leaders. Ideally, the parish pilot projects or parishes could be identified, and that's basically the consultation. Implementation phase, you need to know that you have to achieve certain things before you move from one phase to the next phase. I've put it down here so that momentum can, in my mind, that needs to continue. But you cannot move from one phase to the next phase without doing the things that have to be done and done well. So the implementation phase, November, I'm thinking mid-November, maybe sometime during the winter. Winter's a long time. And immediately followed with presentations, meetings to parish councils to give a brief initial overview of the why, what, how, and when. This does not, I want you to know, this does not preclude in any way that I would be involved in this. You need to know that. I've just simply done this first step. Meetings would be arranged to engage parish councils in a more comprehensive overview, dialogue, and consultation. Participation, keeping in mind that the process must be experienced as a grassroots-driven initiative. It can't be a top-down. It needs to come from pilot parishes who really would set the tone, work out the kinks. That is the end. I want to thank you. The next piece, I can tell I'm moving on over time, evaluation and follow-up. This would be very quickly that we would come back to, report back to Synod before a full campaign could be rolled out. That there needs to be evaluation, need to be a follow-up, and that phase allows for that. You can see there's no real timeline on that. That needs to be worked out. And finally, create a team to lead the process, a diocesan communications plan, organize the consultation meetings with clergy and parish leaders, get to work on the case for support. There you go. Thank you. It's been a privilege. You are a sign that God's promises are true.
You can leave that on. Good. Thanks very much, Rob. We have about 10 minutes to decide everything. No, that's not true. We have about 10 minutes to just see if there are some questions for clarification, for information. There's so much data in this report, and Rob has summarized it for us today. After some regular business of Synod, and later in the afternoon where you see that Vision 3 piece, we have set aside some time to say, where are we going to go with all of this? What are the implications of all of this? That is not the purpose of this discussion. This, for the next 10 minutes, is basically to say, do you have questions for Rob because there's something that's unclear or that doesn't add up or that you need to know more about from his report? So again, if you want to put hands up, people will bring microphones to you. You just keep them up until Stephen or Catherine find you. And I'll just ask one in the meantime while we're doing that, Rob, and that is, how come 86% of people think the vision is important, but only about half say that they think their parish would get behind it? What's the difference? Why is there that gap?
I think that the people that I interviewed, they really know their parishes. Like, these are wardens, these are leaders, and they're just thinking through, oh man, this is really maybe not the time in my parish. I just don't know how we would present this. It feels like it's top down. We got major distrust issues. You wouldn't believe what people are saying about the diocese. How do we move through all of that? Like, there's so many different dynamics, and so that's why.
So it's important, but we just don't know how to do it, and we see all the obstacles.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so Don, I think, has a microphone.
Don Wilson, and I'm from Parish of Central Saanich, St. Stephen's. Rob, I beg your pardon? Oh, sorry. Rob, very good report. Really appreciate it. There's something that I am a little curious about. There is seems to be a tremendous amount of support that you have recognized that seems to be all coming from the parishes. And I had thought that there was going to be some drive to include corporate contributions as well, or is that getting too detailed too soon?
Yeah, it's getting, I mean, it would have been nice to gone and checked with a few corporate and just sort of see. Most corporates, though, have a policy that they don't give to the church. And so it would need to be very targeted. We did talk to some corporates in the sense that they are parishioners and they do have a business. And so we did get a feeling that way. But I think that as you look at the kinds of initiatives that are in the vision, the ones that really connect to the community, in each community there's a foundation. In each community, if you move all of this into the kind of possible partnerships in Victoria or around, I think corporate, yes, very much could possibly come along the table. But the majority of the money is, that's not going to come from corporate at this point.
Okay, question over here.
Michael Wimmer from St. Michael's in Chemainus. Rob, I wonder if you could give a little bit more guidance and clarity on the split, the 50-50 split. As I read further, you seem to be backing away from that somewhat, and I'm wondering almost whether you aren't suggesting that the split might be something that would be worked out in individual parishes. Because I know for sure, from my experience, to get a 50-50 split is going to be an extremely hard sell in a parish. And we might just find the thing is then dead in the water.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, Michael, you've got a lot of experience in this whole area, so I respect that. And I think that if the diocese was at a place, and I had to be careful what I say, but if the diocese was on a place of some really great unity, which it is there spiritually, but in terms of what people say in some ways, I think there would be a lot greater willingness, support to go to a 50-50, but I think with where things are kind of at in the diocese, I think the 50-50 split was one that the parish leaders, as I interviewed them, I'm just trying to weigh things here, that they felt for the most part that was something that could possibly succeed, but when we talked about a 60-40, they were excited. Okay?
I might just supplement that and say, and there are other members of the PFST team in the room as well, that as we were getting this feedback from Rob as the study went on, it became clear that there would need to be some kind of tailoring of the structure on a parish by parish basis. But that doesn't mean that there wouldn't still perhaps be some kind of benchmark or guideline, whatever it is, and we don't know what it is yet, but then it would still be like, well, is this going to work in this context, or are we going to have to come up with a made in Chemainus or made in Machosen? Catherine, have you got one over there? We've got time for about, if we move briskly, Bishop, I think we can get in 3 or 4 more questions before we hand it back.
This is information then question, Rob. Part of our partnership with Myanmar, I want to address what you identified as, youth, families, the key number one issue, which apparently, we can't find a delegate. In our partnership with Myanmar, one takeaway that I had was that in their culture, youth is 35 and under, and adult is 35 and older. And this is something that has happened in probably every culture except the modern West, where we invented teenagers. My question that comes out of this for you is whether you have experienced in North America or in Canada with churches and dioceses a willingness to redefine youth so that there really only is youth and adult, but that it has that midlife kind of cut. And as a consultant, whether if we canonically and culturally were to redefine youth, we would find that we could fill the room, even with priests and deacons being youth delegates to our processes. What's your take on the idea that redefining youth could actually revitalize our concept of youth and elder ministry?
That's a really heavy question. I think that I would want to ask the room that if that's something that really works for you, don't base it on me. If that is a concept that would really work in this culture and in this diocese, I think you should go for it, Andrew. For me personally, I think that God is doing some wonderful things with youth today. Youth, as we see it, and I'm thinking of 24, 23, 22 down, they're looking for authentic Christian faith. And the incredible thing is that in our Anglican Church, we are living authentic faith, but we don't talk about it. We really don't talk about it, and we have young people who really are looking for mentoring. They're looking for where are the people of faith, and they're looking for authenticity. So that's just a thought, okay? That's a dialogue going.
So I'm under strict guidance to keep track of time. So this discussion may need to continue later. We've got room for 1 or 2 at most questions. So I know David has a microphone, and then we can do one more.
David Buckman, Parish of St. Peter and St. Paul in West End, Victoria. I have a question for clarification on your timelines. You have held up a wonderful mirror to our diocese as we are today, exposed some critical issues that we need to work on. I was a bit surprised when I read that you feel within less than a year, it sounds like, you think we can turn those around and charge ahead. My question is, do you think that the process of working on these critical issues will be aided by preparation for the FSI?
Absolutely. I think, I'm just going to give you a worldly example. When the University of BC did a campaign many years ago to raise 60 million, it did it on the basis that it was not the best university, but it did it on the basis that we're going to become the best university. That was the basis of their raising 60 million. And I think, I don't necessarily want to draw clear parallels, but I think that if people know that we are building the trust, that we recognize the issues, and we're modeling that, and we're living stewardship, I think if people begin to see that leaders are doing that, I think that it's amazing what can be accomplished. You could easily say we need to take a year. You could easily say that, and it would make a lot of sense. But the problem for our church is that, one is parishes tend to only plan 1 year out at a time. And you can't do that in today's world, really, and really be on a trajectory. What you've accomplished in the last 6 months is absolutely unbelievable. And I think that it's been a heavy pace, but I think it's worthwhile to think about keeping going.
I just want to, for clarity, in response to the preamble of David's question, to remind you that when Rob put that slide up, it was called One Potential Timeline, and it wasn't really full speed ahead. It was pilot projects over the winter of 16-17, and no full campaign without bringing the results of those pilots back to Synod first, just to be really clear about what he's currently proposing. I need to make a couple of plugs here before we hand things back. One is to say, don't forget the Synod playlist of songs. The second is Julie Posket, who I spoke of earlier, is in the room now. Do you want to stand up, Julie? So a number of people have come and asked me about the call for expressions of interest around the Vision Fund. Over the lunch break and later in the day, Julie is here as well as myself, so we'd be happy to talk about those things more. And the last thing I'd like to do is just to say that later, as I said, later this afternoon, we're going to talk about where we go with all of this. And I just want to have that question. That's the question we'll be looking at 2:15. So it's something you can think about between now and then. Bishop, it's 11:45.
Do you want to, Ian, could you read that question out?
Sure. Based on everything we have heard today, what are the most important next steps for us to take as a diocese as we continue traveling together on this vision fulfillment journey? And in terms of everything we've heard today, that would include the recap of what's happened so far. It would include what the bishop has said about recasting the vision in a kind of Trinitarian way. It would include what we've heard about the Waller report. And it will include things that we still have to hear, like a report on our 2016 financial situation. So the discussion at 2:15 will be based on all of those, everything we've heard, and the conversations going on inside each of you and at each of the tables. What are the most important next steps for us to take as a diocese?
Rob and Ian, thank you very, very much for your presentation. Thank you. I would like the Synod to move into considering the motions. I'll ask Canon Bruce Bryant Scott to come forward to a microphone. We'll need the Vice Chancellor. If the Vice Chancellor would come up to the front as well.
Good morning again. It's Bruce Bryant Scott, Refugee Coordinator, Rector of St. Matthias, but also the Chair of the Resolutions Committee. You probably carefully read all of the reports, and one of those reports was from our own beloved Chancellor. And there was basically 2 notices of motions that were in that. And I'll ask if we can get those notices of motions relating to the constitutional changes up on the screen. These are not striking, exciting constitutional changes. They're basically tidying up of language. So if we could go back to the other one, thank you. The first one, we actually passed it at the last time we gathered and considered these kinds of motions down at St. Mary's, Oak Bay. And apart from the spelling error in there, which I apologize for, the first one has to do with taking out the language of mission and missionary district. That's a holdover from a different era, and we don't really talk this way anymore. So at the last Diocesan Synod, we changed it so that we removed that kind of language from our canons. In order to change the Constitution, we need to have it changed we have to pass the amendment at 2 successive diocesan synods. So, moved by the Chancellor, seconded by the Vice Chancellor, that Articles 1, Definitions and Interpretations, 3, the composition of Synod, and X, the notice, 10, the notice of Synod found in the Constitution of Synod, be amended by removing the words mission and or missionary district wherever they occur. Do you want us to consider that motion right now, Bishop?
Yes, please.
So it is being moved by the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor. You're the chair, so you should be running this if anyone wants to speak.
Are there any questions regarding this motion? Could you go to the microphones, please? No,
Jane Palliser, St. Peter Lake Hill. Only the question is, what would the words be replaced by?
Okay. And there was another question down here. Flora? Okay.
I'll leave it to the Chancellor to speak to that.
What was the question?
What is the effect of changing it from mission and missionary district to parish?
It was felt that there should be a uniformity. A parish is a parish. A missionary district or mission seemed like a lesser designation, and for the sake of equality, it was changed to everyone being in a parish of the diocese.
I see no.
How does that then include emerging communities like Emmaus? Would they be considered under that umbrella somehow?
I'll answer not from a legalistic point of view, but we can talk about that later, Lon. I see no other hands. All in favor of the motion? Opposed to the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you.
The second is an amendment to the canons, and as you have been told by the bishop, and as we welcomed him, we have a vice-chancellor. There already was provision for that within our canons and the Constitution. What it didn't do is put him to work. So this amendment basically makes the Vice-Chancellor an ex officio member of both Diocesan Council and the Finance Committee. That in Canon 3, Diocesan Council A1, the Vice-Chancellor is added as an ex officio member, and Canon 4.1, Finance Committee A1, the Vice-Chancellor is added as an ex officio member. And moved again by the Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor.
Okay. Are there any questions about this motions before you? Seeing none, all in favour of the motion? Opposed? The motion is carried, and you have put the Vice-Chancellor to work. Thank you. He's already begun that work. Bruce, the other two motions you want to... just before Bruce introduces the other two motions, what I would like you to do is, rather than us running around giving microphones to you, is for you, if you're going to speak to the motions, to come to the microphones. Microphone 1, 2, 3, and we'll make make sure they're up there. If you, name and parish when you get to the microphones.
Okay, so if I could have the other two notices of motion up, please. Well, put up one. This was read to you earlier this morning. It has been moved by Andrew Twitty and seconded by Lincoln McEwen. And you, do you want me to reread it to you again?
There you go.
Well, actually, I'll let the chair run the meeting here now.
Okay. Well, I think that I heard some folk that would like it to be read again. So could you read it one more time, please, Bruce? Okay. And it's Synemo.
Synemus? Thank you. That the following message be conveyed to the hereditary and elected chiefs, elders, and councils of all First Nations on the Coast Salish, Nachalnuth, and Kwakwaka'wakw peoples of these islands. We, the Bishop Chancellor, clergy, and lay members of the 97th Synod of the Anglican Diocese of British Columbia, meeting this 23rd day of April 2016 on the traditional lands of the Sunemus and Nanus First Nations, greet you in the spirit of our sisterhood and brotherhood as children of the Creator. We solemnly pledge that the sacred journey recently begun by the Bishop will be continued by all Anglicans on these islands as a way of continuing along the path of right relationship and reconciliation. We also commit ourselves to taking concrete steps to respond to the calls for action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, especially the calls to the churches, including items 46, 48, 49, 59, 60, and 61. In particular, we commit ourselves to supporting, complying with, and furthering the principles, norms, and standards of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples, and we undertake to foster increased awareness and support for those principles among all Anglicans of the diocese, beginning with a special focus on this subject in all parishes on the Sunday before National Aboriginal Day, June 19th, 2016. These activities to be undertaken wherever possible in partnership with local First Nations representatives.
Thank you, Bruce. The motion has been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? Microphone number 1.
My name is Susan Hayward-Brown from St. Mark, Qualicum Beach. I'm completely supportive of the motion except for one piece of it that I don't know if I can vote on behalf of all the Anglicans, like to solemnly pledge on behalf of all the Anglicans that they are all going to work towards the changes that we've started on our sacred journey. And I wonder if that is a true statement, that we are all Anglicans on this island are ready to take. And I wonder if it sets up a little bit about this building of trust, that if we somehow could change that one word or take out a part of that sentence, because the rest of it says we're going to work towards the TRC statements and challenges. We're going to help people move there. But unfortunately, I know some Anglicans on these islands who aren't quite ready yet to say that they are going to pledge to do that. So then I feel worried that some of our First Nations brothers and sisters will hear that or read that, but experience something different.
Susan, thank you very much. I'm wondering if the mover and seconder would be open to removing the words all Anglicans. Will it still work if we do that? All? Just all? Would that? Can you go to the microphone, please? Microphone number 3.
I propose simply removing the word all so that it reads Anglicans rather than all Anglicans. Then we as Synod can vote on it. And secondly, just as again a point of order here and clarification, sometimes the word nanus, spelt in its Anglified form, is written as snanaas. And I'd just like to be clear that if we say snanamos, we also might wish to say snanaas and put it in the traditional orthography insofar as we can in anglicized form.
Can you work with those who are doing the technical
if I
stuff to do
could
that? Thank
have
you.
your agreement just to change the wording to its dictionary writing here, that's the only other minor friendly amendment.
Good, thank you. Microphone number 1, Alison.
Thank you. I'm Sharon Halser, and I'm from St. Luke's, Cedar Hill. And my question is, I'm wondering where we can see the references that are made to the specific articles. Either where can we see those in our documents, or is it possible to have them read to us before we commit to that?
It was on the web. I think we can get that to you, but the results of the TRC are on the web. All of the 94 articles are on there, and in particular the one regarding the Indigenous. There was a website for that, but we can get that to you.
Well, is it possible to get that before we vote on this motion? Or at least there were specific, I believe there were 5 specific articles. What were those pertaining to?
There are 5 that pertain to faith communities. We're just looking for them on the computer.
Thank you.
We won't be able to go through the 94, in the synod, Sharon, but we can certainly get the ones that will be to do with the faith communities. John, Archbishop, do you have it? Okay. Thank you, Archbishop. Ed Lewis, are you here? Ed, was it in this Diocesan Post? I can never find it where I'm writing for with the Diocesan Post if it's what month I'm writing for. But was it this one where I actually listed the calls to action?
Bishop, we have the text here if you want to go through them. It's up to you.
Would you do that? Can you do that from where you stand?
So we named the 6 that were applicable to all faith communities. There's another one that is directed specifically to Roman Catholics. And the first is number 46, which you see there. Develop and sign a covenant of reconciliation. I'm skipping. That includes reaffirmation. Keep scrolling. Repudiation of... Huh? I guess this is
I'm going to say, why don't we come back to this in the afternoon? Okay? Do we need to table that motion? Just ignore it, okay. Okay, thank you. Do you want to, you have the second motion with regards to refugees? We will come back to this motion in the afternoon with the appropriate documentation.
The other motion relating to refugee work was moved by Brian Rendell, seconded by Eric Partridge, that Synod recognizes the unifying work of God in the refugee ministry of the diocese and lends its full support to this work, applauds the efforts of all those involved in carrying it on to meet the radically changed circumstances of refugee migration around the world, and thanks and supports the diocesan administration in ensuring that it is recognized and supported as a priority ministry to recognize fully its importance to God's children and its importance in community and inter-community building and interfaith cooperation. Again, moved by Brian Rendell, seconded by Eric Partridge.
Thank you, Bruce. Moved and seconded. Are there any questions? See nobody at the microphone. I'm going to ask for the vote. All in favor of the motion? Opposed to the motion? The motion is carried. Thank you to the work of the Refugee Committee for doing this. Okay. So Brian Evans, Chair of the Nominations Committee. Thank you, Bruce, for that work. We'll come back in the afternoon to you. Just looking at the nominations for Diocesan Council, the region of Harrow does not have a clerical nomination. They would need to caucus at lunchtime and come back to the Synod with clerical nomination.
At this moment, Bishop and members of Synod, I have received no further nominations from when I spoke to you half an hour ago. So that would mean that we would not require an election for members of council from this Synod.
Okay, thank you. So nominations are closed. Okay, so there's no need for an election. We have the 2 clergy, Eric Partridge, Donna Wall, and the 4 laity for Diocesan Council, Ian Alexander, Bruce Winter, Penny Holt, and David Stewart. Because nominations are closed, I declare that they are elected to Diocesan Council.
Bishop, could we maybe just have those 6 people stand so that
I
people...
will.
Oh, sorry.
So could I have those 6 people stand up? So let's do it in order. Eric, whereabouts are you? Eric standing against the back wall. With Donna, they're together against the back wall. Ian Alexander, Bruce Winter, Penny, where are you? Penny over on the far right-hand side behind Bruce. And David Stewart. And David is right there. Thank you very much. Congratulations on being elected. After we hear from the region of Harrow, we will return to the nominations from the regions, and we will vote on those after. Housekeeping.
I just got to cross the first one off the list. Just a couple of announcements. Lunch will be outside. You can pick up your lunch outside. I think, I can't see it, but there are 2 large posters standing beside the kitchen window. I think those are the sandwiches. So can you check with the sandwiches before you go outside and not hum and haw around the table? If you are gluten-free, Amy's standing at the door. You can pick up your lunch from Amy. Or vegetarian. Okay, thank you. And at 12:30, this will be a mad rush, could all those members of Synod who are under 30, could you meet with the bishop somewhere around the head table? So that's at 12:30.
The Dean is going to lead us, friends, the Dean is going to lead us in noonday prayers.
So you need to be on page 26, pardon me, of your worship booklet, if you can lay hands on that. Let me just say a word about this service. It comes from the Northumbria community, which is a group of people who live bound together by a rule of availability and vulnerability, but they live all over the world. And one of the things that binds them together is their use of fixed-hour prayer. This service, midday prayer, is very short. They've deliberately chosen to make this is not the case with all their liturgies, but to retain Elizabethan English. It's meant to be so short that you could memorize it, and as they say, pray it while you're putting on the soup. So it is meant, it could be prayed in your head, it could be prayed aloud. It is meant that everyone prays the whole thing. So once again, I'm going to invite you to just try to slow this down a bit. So I don't want it to feel like a freight train, which has a tendency of happening when everybody says everything. So just let's slow it down, and would you stand, please? And together, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Let the beauty of the Lord our God be upon us. Establish thou the work of our hands. Establish thou the work of our hands. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. We believe and trust in God, the Father Almighty. We believe and trust in Jesus Christ, his Son. We believe and trust in the Holy Spirit. We believe and trust in the Three in One. Teach us, dear Lord, to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom. O satisfy us early with thy mercy, that we may rejoice and be glad all our days. And let the beauty of the Lord our God be upon us, and establish thou the work of our hands. And let the beauty of the Lord our God be upon us, and establish thou the work of our hands, dear Lord. Let nothing disturb thee, nothing affright thee. All things are passing, God never changeth. Patient endurance attaineth to all things. Who God possesseth, in nothing is wanting. Alone God sufficeth. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
If you can remain standing and stay where you are, and we'll continue in prayer, I ask Megan Crosby-Shearer if you come to the microphone and say grace for us.
Holy One, we lift to you our conversations, our dreams, our challenges, and ultimately our reliance and trust in your abundance. And we thank you for this day, for your incredible creation, and for all the hands that have brought this meal to us so that we may serve you with all of our whole selves. All of this we offer up into your loving, abundant care. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Synod is adjourned until 1:10.
verses 1 and 4. You moved on the waters, you called to the deep, then you coaxed up the mountains from the valleys of sleep, and over the eons you called to retain. Wake from your slumbers and rise on your wings, and rise on your wings, spirit of gentleness. Spirit, spirit of gentleness, blow through the wilderness, calling and freeing. Spirit, spirit of restlessness, stir me from placidness. Wind, wind on the sea, you call from tomorrow, you break ancient schemes. On the morrow, you break ancient schemes. From the bondage of sorrow, the captive dream dreams. Our women see visions, our men clear their eyes with bold new decisions. Your people arise. Chorus. Spirit, spirit of gentleness, calling from wilderness, calling and freeing. Spirit, spirit of restlessness, stir me from placidness. Wind, wind on the sea. Rob Waller.
Thank you both very much. Rob, it's good to see another side of your expertise. Thank you. So we're going on with the third session, and we'll move right into finance. I'll have the Director of Finance come forward to a microphone. Actually, the Director of Finance has been fitted with a microphone. We're going to move communications up. We're going to move Vision 3 up, give them more time. We might only have 15 minutes for communications. Catherine's up front with everybody anyway. So Gail, thank you. You're on.
The microphone going. Is it on there, Craig? Okay. Let me gingerly put this away here. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I am not used to speaking in front of this many people, so I hope you will bear with me. Now, I just wanted to check. Oh, now I'm really loud. I just want to check first who are the treasurers that are in the room, either for parishes or for refugee committees. If you could please stand. Up. I just want to thank you for all your effort that you do. I know it is a difficult position. I know that sometimes it is not one that you receive the kudos that you deserve. And so I'd like everybody to please join in giving them a hearty applause. Okay, now last time I did a slide presentation, it was with one of those big clunky slide things, so we've evolved a little bit. Anyway, so we shall begin. Today I'm going to be speaking about the three categories basically: the attendance and givings, the parish's financial assets and net income, and also the synod financial assets and net income. Now, just to explain a little bit, wasn't as far as I would have liked to have been. I do have 2015 numbers that we will be going over, but I did not manage to get the 2015 financial statements in the format. I've decided that the format that we have, that you saw in the downloadable things for 2012, 13, and 14, really don't have sufficient detail, and so I've looked at revamping those. Was successful with that for 15, but because I was changing them, I couldn't quite get the comparatives in time for this presentation. And as you noticed on my slide earlier, I've been spending a fair bit of time on refugee matters and some other important documentation. So what we do have today is the parish information returns did come back for all but 3 parishes, so I have some up-to-date information on membership and attendance. The financial returns, because those weren't due until April 1st and did not receive all of them in time to compile the information that would incorporate the 2015 givings, okay? So we're going to be using some tentative 2014 and 2015 information. Just starting with the membership here, and although I wish I could really see that screen well, I'm going to be looking down at my notes here, so I apologize if I'm not making full eye contact here. So we can see this has been split between the North Island and the South Island with the change there. So you'll see that Cowichan and Malaspina has had a bit of a decline, as have some of the other parishes. Now the membership, these numbers we believe are fairly accurate, but because the more important really thing is the actual Sunday attendance. And so looking at this next slide here, you can see that overall we've gone down just slightly from 30,844 to 3,736. And again, that is broken down by region. We are finding that some of the parishioners, as they age, are passing on, and we haven't been that successful at bringing in new numbers, but it sounds like we're going to be looking at that. The next slide is givings, and again, this is comparing 2014 information. So what was interesting here was even though we had a decline in attendance, the givings have actually either stayed fairly the same or gone up a little bit. So that is a positive note there. The average giving per average attendee, you can see there again, the regions are actually fairly similar, which is good news because, you know, obviously there's different environments up and down the island. Overall, there was a 2.9% increase. Now, I don't have the 2015 figures, and I'm hoping that we will at least see that being status quo and not a decline. When those numbers are compiled, which basically is one of my next tasks after getting out the first quarter CTF distributions when I'm back in the office next week, is to also get this information compiled and able to be shared instead of us having to wait until a synod to find these important things out. Parish profiles. Now this one is dealing with attendance, and so again looking at the average Sunday attendance. So we can see that there's a lot of small parishes. Going from the bottom up, we have over half, so 25 parishes that have 75 people or less on an average Sunday attendance. There's 6 that are between 75 to say 100, and 14 parishes with 100 plus. So, you know, it is small, it's intimate, and again, something that, you know, hopefully with a bit of creativity we can look at encouraging that to move on. Now this slide is a difficult one. This is the net income categorization of the parishes, and so what we're looking at is changes from 13 to 14. Again, 15, I'm curious to see when I do have all of that information in where we're at here. We're looking at net income or breaking even, so we have unfortunately had a decline from 2013 to 2014, where 9 parishes are having a difficult time, so that is not good. Net losses, but with significant assets, again, unfortunately an increase. There are 13 versus 11 from the previous year. And the one with the greatest cause of concern for immediate action is the net losses, but with minimal financial assets. And so we have, unfortunately, an increase of 7 parishes. Now, of those 20 parishes, 6 of those in 2015 did receive grants through the Synod program. This is, of course, excluding bequests. Bequests ideally are not the way that we want to run our day-to-day operations, but they often are very helpful when they come in and give us some breathing room. We're just going to go on to the parish financial summary here. So income statement. Now this is, whoops, let me advance there. So we're looking here at regular operations, bequests, investment gains, major capital projects. And this is just basically a summary of the 2014 parish returns. So for the revenue, there's a further slide I'll show you with the breakdown of that 8.9 million versus the expenditures of 9.6. But you can see that there is basically a net loss of 750,000 spread across the 45 parishes. But with bequests, investment gains, and major capital project fundraising, it does come back into the positive, although you'll see that under the major capital projects, not all of the money has been used yet. Now, for the breakdown, so this is what that 8.9 million is. We're looking at 5.9, about 66% coming in as just general givings. We have designated givings, rent, which is sizable, and I know that Peter Daniels has been working with the various parishes at looking at excess capacity and the ability to rent out that space when the church is not needing it. Investment income and all other, and that really is just, that has some of the outreach and everything, and we'll see that in the disbursements. So the next slide is showing that salary and benefits is the highest expenditure there, so that was comparing basically 5.9 million coming in general givings and 5.1 going out in salaries and benefits. Assessments being paid to the Synod office coming in at 13.2, outreach and all other expenditures. Next, we're going to look at the Synod office financial summary. So this does have 2015 figures. These are draft. I don't anticipate large changes occurring, but I do want to prefix that. So if you had looked at the financial statements that were prepared for 2012, 13, and 14 that Grant Thornton did a review basis on, and those were just finally released and filed in the first part of April, we had gone back and under accounting standards had to bring in the capital assets of the parish, the churches, the land, the surplus properties that we have. And that was just an accounting rule change that was required. We had a one-time leap in to be able to do that in 2011. So what's new that you haven't seen before is I have this capital assets fund here. And if you did not have a chance to look at, I had a normalization sheet that was showing, because the depreciation, we're taking 3% on the buildings, none on land. That generates anywhere from, because it's on a declining basis, an amount close to about $750,000 a year. And so that looks like we have a huge loss just from that. Now, whether those buildings are incurring that type of decline, I know that there has been deferred maintenance here, and we are not alone. That tends to be the case in all levels, from municipalities, provincial, and private sector. So what this slide is basically telling us is in the operating fund, which includes the new wines and new hires, we have 4.3 in assets, liabilities of 264. In that 264,000 is approximately 100,000 that had been received at the end of last year that I reflected as a liability. That was from the residential school settlement. And that is, we've written letters to all the clergy asking for direction on whether they'll be continuing with their own Indigenous program or whether they would like the Synod office to handle that. For those of you who have not got back to me, I didn't bring my checklist, but there is a number of you that we have not sent the funds out to you, as we have not heard back on what direction you'd like to go. The capital assets, Grant Thornton worked with me on this, in that very difficult to establish what cost was. We've had some properties for a long period of time, And so it was decided that we could use the 2011 assessed values for those properties. That being said, because they are non-taxable, BC assessment doesn't put as much effort into the valuation of those land and building as they would with one that they're collecting a tax base off of. And so when we started with that value and then had some of the properties sold, there was gains, losses that I don't weigh heavily as being completely accurate because unfortunately it is a market that's difficult to gauge. The Consolidated Trust Fund, we are looking at $20.7 million and it does not have liabilities. I will be having a question period at the end. So this next one is incorporating some of the 2015 figures in here. And so this is starting with the operating fund and looking at the balance sheet. The bank and the investments for 2015 are totaling just over $4 million. I'll talk about that in a bit with the New Wines, New Initiatives Fund. The receivables, the main increase there is we invested in Bethlehem Retreat Center last year and have a shareholder loan with them of close to $400,000. So you'll see there's the jump from 360 to 787 there. And capital assets, the difference there is basically the depreciation along with a few sales. What I'm not showing here is the special purpose funds, just didn't want to, it's sort of a small component and they have a value of about $280,000 as of 2014. Now, the next one is just looking at the liabilities for the balance sheet, and again, showing that 2015 information. The New Wine and New Initiatives, now those are the properties that were voted on being, when they were sold, that the funds would go into being earmarked for not just general operating use. And so in 2015, we had Brentwood sell, and that generated monies of approximately $450,000. And so as I mentioned before, because I think there is some concern as to whether we have spent the money that is earmarked for the new wine, as mentioned, the bank and investments are at $4 million with a debt offset of 3.2. There are still 2 properties that will eventually be added that were voted to go into that fund. That is St. Columba on High Street out at Strawberry Vale. We have childcare that is operating out of there and they pay monthly rent. And it is also St. Andrew's Cowichan Station. Then what basically that's showing is that the unallocated part, which is primarily made up of the rest of our capital assets, so the land and the buildings. Now, I was going to make a joke about why I got the 1 p.m. time frame here, because I know after lunch everybody's going to want to have a snooze, so I got to catch you while you're still awake, because finance can be very riveting. Now, I don't know if I've advanced. Yes, so now we're on to the Consolidated Trust Fund. Now, not a lot happens in that it doesn't have a lot of assets. It's got its regular bank account. We have a mortgage that is with St. Paul's Housing that they are making regular monthly mortgage payments on, and the investment portfolio, which is handled by Leith Wheeler. Now, within the Consolidated Trust Fund, or the CTF as we'll refer to it, that has rectory trusts, cemetery trusts. Some parishes have bequests and things that have gone in there. As you see, it has dipped. The last quarter of 2015, as you are, I'm sure, quite aware through your own personal pension and savings, etc., was a terrible time in the stock market. We've had some bounce back in 2016. We have had the investment committee meet with Leith Wheeler to understand what they are doing to make sure that, that we are back on the road for an upswing. The investments held in the Consolidated Trust Fund, they are not high risk. I mean, there is a mandate. We have an investment policy, and besides excluding certain things such as gambling, tobacco, firearms, etc., we also have given Leith Wheeler instructions on what is appropriate from the risk basis. So although the market suffered a lot, we did not take the type of hit that the general public would have taken. And as mentioned, we don't have liabilities in that sense. Now, what is interesting, and I'm puzzled by how to make the financial statements a bit better on this, in those ones that are in your downloadable information, the schedules at the back show the units and a value. That's at book value, which is a little odd, but we are recognizing them at fair market value, and so we have what's called this undistributed income. And so when the financial statements are done, it lists all of the individual trust holders, their units, and their book value, and this is the extra that hasn't been distributed to them, because we do want to be very mindful that we're not distributing unrealized gains where we haven't sold the items in the portfolio for when the market does take a dip. But at that point in time, there is an additional 2.8 that belongs to the unit holders. Okay, now on to the Synod income statement. So our main source of revenue, as you know, is from the assessments. And then we had other income. So we had 1.29 coming in from the assessments for 2015. And if somebody here is a financial wizard, they'll see that that number doesn't totally tie in on the other side, and that's because some of the parishes, we are doing it on an accrual basis. Some of the parishes have not been able to pay their assessments, and so there's a little bit of difference when you're comparing in 2014 the amount that shows for assessments on the expense side of parishes and assessment revenue coming in. Expenses for the Synod office were at close to 1.8 million, and so we were looking at a net loss for 2015 of $134,000. That was before extraordinary things. So we have the amortization there, which, as I mentioned, is the 3% being booked on the buildings, and then this loss gain on property sales. We aren't doing full consolidation with the parishes, and so it's a bit of an odd mix. When a property is sold, so for instance, the Howe Street Rectory was sold, which was the cathedral's rectory, that amount has gone into the Consolidated Trust Fund. Because we've moved it and we show the Consolidated Trust Fund, that's it's not meshing. And so I just wanted to explain that that is part of the 1.5. In addition, there was a building that was bequested through to Christchurch Cathedral that was sold in the year, and we gave them those monies because that was an asset that they had, although from an accounting point of view, the external accountants say that we show the cost of that, and so it's not lining up, but that is the strangeness of that, and that would disappear if we had full consolidated statements. Grant Thornton has asked that be something that I institute in 2017, and I'll be talking to the parishes in early summer, because the 2017 financials will need a comparative of 2016, which is, of course, this year, and so we'll need to be working towards that. For the income statement on the Consolidated Trust Fund, interest and dividends fairly similar to the previous year. The distribution's up a bit. There were some grants that were given out to various things. Aboriginal neighbours received $10,000, as did the Emmaus community, and there were some other things through education, etc. And then unrealized gains, losses. This is where you're seeing a dramatic difference. Going back to 2012, there was an unrealized realized gain of $620,000. 2013, 2014, pretty nice times in the market, and so big gains there. Some of them, things were sold in the portfolio, and some of that was recognized, but some of it just was floating along, because our mandate is not to be buy, sell all the time. We're in it for the long term, and the investment policy is stated that. 2015, we had a loss, and most of that did happen in the last quarter. Now, for the budget, I did a narrative budget that was on the downloadable documents. I'm not going to go in depth on that, but basically I tried to explain where the money goes, and so hopefully you'll have a chance to review that, and I'm more than receptive to being asked about that later. Whoops, a little carried away there. So this is just the one-page summary, and as I say, there was the backup for all of the categories. So for 2016, I am presenting, unfortunately, a deficit budget. The revenue that we are expecting is the 1.5 with expenditures of 1.8. So looking at a deficit from the operating fund of $264,500. Now, the Vision Fund hasn't always been reflected on its own separately, and I'm trying to break that out, and that's, you'll see that when we get the 2015 financials. Basically, with the Vision Fund, so what it has is there's the 2 unsold properties, as I mentioned, that are earning, we're projecting net rental income of $38,000. That could possibly be more. We have just recently signed an extended lease with the daycare and asked them to cover all of the repairs and maintenance because it just was grinding into the rental, and they have agreed to that. Now, the next part is a difficult one to explain because it just seems a little odd here. But as was mentioned earlier in the day, the $500,000 had been approved from past synods to be spent from the Vision Fund. And so what I am showing there is it coming in, but it's coming in from capital. This is not new revenue. This would be coming from the New Wines and Initiatives Fund. And I'm showing, magically, expenditures of $500,000 because that is what was approved to be spent. Whether that will all be spent, as Stephen mentioned, or I think it was actually Ian, sorry, we do have the Vision Fund that will be available for the applications coming in the latter part of the year. And so of that expenditures, that was including the amounts for and I have the notes in my other binder here. I should just peek before I say this wrong. Oh, here it is. So $50,000 for youth engaging God's world, $50,000 current and emerging, $125,000. The M&M position, which we are not supposed to call it that, for $125,000, and the communications at $150,000. Obviously, we have a communications manager now, and so we are starting to use some of those funds. We have not hired the M&M position, and that most likely then will not use up all of that money that's allocated for that. And then in addition, whether we go on with those other projects. So we're looking at a total deficit overall of $226,500 when those 2 funds are combined. Now, where are we going? Well, I'm somewhat new. I don't get to say I'm totally new anymore. I've been here 6 months, but these are some of the observations that I've made, and they're not going to come as surprises to you. Attendance is not growing. The average giving may have leveled off for 2015. I'm not sure until I have all of the parish information in, and many small parishes are going to continue to need our support. My conclusions, which normally I would love to say, having come from private business world, have I got a solution for you? And let me tell you, this is how we're going to get back on track. Not quite as easy. I'm still learning all about the diocese. But, you know, I read the feasibility report, and I found it very enlightening, quite different than what I had expected. I don't know the back history of everything that has happened through the diocese. And as I've said this before at a diocesan council meeting, I come from a position of trust. I was in public practice for 25 years, did tax planning and worked with clients with small business. And so I need to get my head around how to regain trust through the finance department, because it obviously needs to have a lot of effort put in there. So my conclusions are not the solution, but this is what, it's sort of further observations, shall we say. We have work to do. We are going to be in the regions in the coming year. We're available for parishes for any questions and concerns. I certainly have been contacted by quite a few people since I started this role, and I'd like to think that I've helped them in some fashion. I had lofty goals when I started. I thought, people say, oh, it takes 6 months to understand. I can understand this job in 3 months. No problems. But public practice, tax time, I'm used to just cranking out the work and figuring this all out. It hasn't been that way. The refugees have thrown the refugee work has thrown a bit of a loop into some of the things I'd hoped to do. But what I am wanting to do is I want us to start using our resources. See, we have treasurers that can help other treasurers. We need to look at what we're all doing and learn from it and try and work together. This silo approach is not good, not healthy, and it's not going to get us going to the next step. I am planning on being out in the regions and doing some workshops with treasurers and wardens and things like that. I did have my very first little mini trial of that when I was up in Comox Courtenay area, where I had invited Campbell River, Courtenay, and Comox to meet, and I did have the chance to meet with representatives from both Comox and Courtenay and had a good discussion with them and took back some feedback to the office. I know there's lots of things that we could be doing better. It is a fine balance of time in the workday, but I know that Terry and Zena are up for the challenge, as is Judith. Yay, go finance! And so I am planning on improving things that we really just haven't, I don't think, put our best foot forward on in the past. Now my email's there, and you're more than welcome to contact me. I will say that I've got a little bit of a busy week coming up because there's a few deadlines that I have to attend to pronto, or I'll be getting even more emails. But I do want you to know that I'm used to customer service. This is what helped build the firm that I was at, and I do like to help, teach, and educate people. And so I'm hoping that we can work together going on. So now, the part that scares me, I can't click because it doesn't say questions, but there is another slide here on my piece of paper that says questions. So I should just make sure that I haven't spent, so how long will I be going
Gail,
till?
thank you very much for a very good, very excellent presentation. Well done. And I'm going to ask if you go to microphone number 1, which is over there, or microphone number 3, which is over here, if you have any questions for Gail.
Oops, I shouldn't laugh on the mic.
Microphone number 1.
I'm Dwayne Leckie from St. John the Divine. I just wanted to ask you what you talked about consolidated statements. Wanted to find out what that means.
Sure. So basically right now, other than those little slides that we've just gone through, we do not bring in all of the parishes with their operations into the diocese financial statements that are being reviewed by Grant Thornton. Now, when I was interviewed, it was commented that this was a goal, and I thought, oh, again, how difficult can this be? I'll just take all of those and put them together, because I had, way back in practice, actually been an external reviewer for St. Philip's in Victoria, and so I had assumed that all of the churches had external accounting firms. And I was like, I'm going to be able to help save a lot of money in the accounting fees because I'm used to doing this. Well, it turns out that very few parishes have that. And obviously, I've been out of touch with it. I had done that work for St. Philip's about 20 years ago. I think as times got tougher, those were things that had to be thrown out of the budget. And so, that being said, when I saw the information that came in, and my predecessor, Murray, actually handled the 2014 and I'm going to call them PARs because I don't have a problem with that. But basically, the financial information, he did a lot of putting it into spreadsheets and consolidating it. And so those slides are the work of that. How do we go about this? Well, we have all different types of software being used by parishes, or maybe no software. Maybe we are using Excel. We have different levels of treasurers' abilities, which is fine. They're volunteers, and I relate to that. We have a wide range of chart of accounts and all that. So without getting into a whole bunch of accounting, as my husband calls it, nerd talk, basically what I'm going to be doing in the summer, because apparently it slows down here in the summer, is I'm going to be looking at coming up with a flexible master chart of accounts. Oh, I can see Zena laughing, saying it doesn't slow down in the summer. What? These things I was told in my interview, I tell you. So basically, we're going to be looking at coming up with a master chart of accounts that's flexible. We can get some deals on some software. There's TechSoup that offers deals, and I want to let, if you do have an old version, let the treasurers know about that. But basically, what it would do is I'd be able to take 44, I'm sorry, Lady Smith, 44 parishes, banks, add them all up. There's the total of the bank. 44 accounts receivable, etc. And so that will give us a whole picture. And also, I think we look at the data that comes in, and I know there's a lot of feedback on how much we're asking for, and maybe we're just not doing our job right, because afterwards we should review that, get back to you guys and say, hey, I think maybe there's some savings here, or you know what, this is a little out of whack, let's look at that. I come from a business background. I know this is nonprofit, but a lot of those procedures are very important to bring in here too. We are in the business of faith. We are in the business of making sure that we are going to be around. And so I like to think that I can make that jump. And so hopefully I've answered that. So the goal is, and I know I've kind of rambled on here, so I should shorten it up. Basically, summer, going to be meeting with treasurers, coming up with a plan. And Eileen Curtis has said that she will be one of my test projects, so that's great. And nice to meet you, Dwayne.
Any other questions? I don't see anybody at the microphones. I assume that there's no other questions. So thank you very, very much, Gail, for the presentation. Going to bring a couple of things back onto the agenda and change the agenda just slightly. I'm going to bring on the nominations that have come to us from the regions for Diocesan Council for you to ratify them. So from the Couch of Malaspina, the clerical is Celinda Krahenhoff, lay Tony Davis. From Harrow, Eric Partridge, lay Janice Varga. From Nimkish, clerical is David Fitzsimmons, lay Andrea Davies. For Selkirk, clerical is Lon Tosego, and lay is David Buckman. And from Tommy Region, clerical is Craig Hubert, and lay is Jeanette Musio. We're now ratifying it. Sorry, the team is pointing out that Eric is already on the Diocesan Council, but he's being brought forward from Harrow Region as well. So he has a dual role on Diocesan Council. He gets to go twice. Okay. So, I need someone to move that we ratify that. Okay. And Mark Aldno. You got those? All in favor? Opposed? Don't care? Everybody didn't vote. You don't care? Okay, Davis. Okay. You've got it. Okay. So, all in favor? Bit more enthusiasm. Well done. Thank you. And we have when we go back to the motion around about the sending greetings to the First Nations communities on the islands, and Ian's going to arrange for up on the screen the calls to action that relates to the faith communities. And I think Bruce is going to go to a microphone and read those out for us, and then we'll have the motion again.
Okay, so these are coming out of the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples. That's correct?
These are the calls to actions that have to do with the faith communities.
Lost in wonder, love, and praise. So these are from the calls of action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Number 46, we call upon the parties to the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreements, that includes us, To develop and sign a covenant of reconciliation that would identify principles for working collaboratively to advance reconciliation in Canadian society, and that would include, but not be limited to, 1, reaffirmation of the parties' commitment to reconciliation. 2, repudiation of concepts used to justify European sovereignty over Indigenous lands and peoples, such as the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius, and the reformation of laws, governance structures, and policies within their respective institutions that continue to rely on such concepts. 3, full adoption and implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation. 4, support for the renewal or establishment of treaty relationships based on principles of mutual recognition, mutual respect, and shared responsibility for maintaining those relationships into the future. 5, enabling those excluded from the settlement agreement to sign onto the covenant of reconciliation. 6, enabling additional parties to sign onto the covenant of reconciliation. Number 48, we call upon the church parties to the settlement agreement and all other faith groups and interfaith social justice groups in Canada who have not already done so to formally adopt and comply with the principles, norms, and standards of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples as a framework for reconciliation. This would include, but not be limited to, the following commitments. 1, ensuring that their institutions, policies, programs, and practices comply with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 2, respecting Indigenous peoples' right to self-determination in spiritual matters, including the right to practice, develop, and teach their own spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies, consistent with Article 12.1 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 3, engaging in ongoing public dialogue and actions to support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 4, issuing a statement no later than March 31st, 2016 from all religious denominations and faith groups as to how they will implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 49, we call upon all religious denominations and faith groups who have not already done so to repudiate concepts used to justify European sovereignty over Indigenous lands and peoples, such as the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius. 59, we call upon church parties to the settlement agreement to develop ongoing education strategies to ensure that their respective congregations learn about their church's role in colonization, the history and legacy of residential schools, and why apologies to former residential school students, their families, and communities were necessary. 60, we call upon leaders of the church parties to the settlement agreement and all other faiths in collaboration with Indigenous spiritual leaders, survivors, schools of theologies, seminaries, and other religious training centers to develop and teach curriculum for all student clergy and all clergy and staff who work in Aboriginal communities on the need to respect Indigenous spirituality in its own right, the history and legacy of residential schools and the roles of the church parties in that system, the history and legacy of religious conflict in Aboriginal families and communities, and the responsibility that churches have to mitigate such conflicts and prevent spiritual violence. We call upon church parties to the settlement agreement in collaboration with survivors and representatives of Aboriginal organizations to establish permanent funding to Aboriginal people for 1, community controlled healing and reconciliation projects. 2, community-controlled culture and language revitalization projects. 3, community-controlled education and relationship-building projects. 4, regional dialogues for Indigenous spiritual leaders and youth to discuss Indigenous spirituality, self-determination, and reconciliation.
So, Bishop, those are the faith communities relevant, the 6 that we had numbered and mentioned in the earlier version of the resolution.
Thank you very much, and I would encourage the members of Synod to go online and read the calls to action. And also, as I said before, I had broken those down in the Diocesan Post, in this month's edition of the Diocesan Post, for us in my own page. So what I'd like us to do is to have the amended motion, if we can have that brought up.
We have it there, and as Bruce is preparing to read it, I can just highlight the things that have changed when he does read it. So first, the challenge to Bruce will be that we now have the Nanus appellation in alphabetized in the First Nations language. We'd have the word all Anglicans removed, as was discussed. And by the way, these changes have been agreed to as friendly by the mover and seconder. And in the we also commit ourselves paragraph, we have done the following things. We have spoken of support for all the calls to action, because it's our understanding that that is what First Nations want, is that all 94 be treated seriously. But we can't offer to actively respond to the calls that are directed to other entities like governments. And so we then say that we will actively respond to the calls directed specifically to faith communities, and those are the ones that we read out. We decided that for simplicity that we would take the numbers of those calls out of the motion. So those are the changes.
Thank you. Is that clear for Synod? Would you like it read one more time before? I see, I hear a question. Bill, could you go to you okay? Could you go to the microphone, Bill? There are still an all Anglicans in there?
Yes, we are undertaking to foster increased awareness and support for those principles among all Anglicans. We're not binding all Anglicans to comply.
Microphone number 3.
Question from Mike Pipes, St. Philip Oak Bay. There is a collective responsibility as well as a specific accountability implied by this. When passed, which person has the overall accountability to see that we respond to this if we pass the motion?
I would think that relationship matters.
Apart from you, Bishop, is there somebody in your staff who is going to watch this and make sure this gets attended to if passed? That is my question.
The motions that come out of Synod end up in the responsibility of the executive officers to make sure that the appropriate group is working with them. So it would be from the Synod, the executive officer, and this would go to relationship matters. Okay.
Hello. I have a nice question. Well, first off, I want to welcome you to our land. I'm Snanemoch. I want to welcome Sha'alakwa. If you can say Sha'alakwa, everyone. Sha'alakwa. That means brother and sisters. And Sahuan in my language means the elders. I love to see the elders here. They're a gift. But one question I have, all this work with First Nations, Nuchana, Kwakwala, Salish, this is all beautiful. It's so exceptional. But what is happening? It is not reaching the regular people on the reserve. If the regular people on the reserve saw what is happening, they would say, wow, awesome. It's nice our leaders can talk, but it doesn't reach our normal people at home. And if they see what you're talking about and what you want to do, our people would be so amazed. And they would turn around and say, wow. And it's true. You're opening doors to our homes. And we want to embrace you. So it's nice we can talk amongst the diocese, but if the diocese can talk to the reserves, leave them a letter of what's going on, all the reserves, there will be so much gossip all over the coast. And to me, all these problems stem from Brian, my buddy here. But Brian embraces me. Brian never institutionalizes me. Natives are institutionalized. Education, law, everything, government, all jails, education, we're all institutionalized. And native eyes and ears. Christian is almost institutionalized. But I want to thank all of you here for breaking away from the institution. You're ready to embrace me and my people, and I love you for that. I raise my hands to all of you. Thank you very much.
Aishka. It stopped, so you can stop worrying. I don't see anybody else at the microphone, so I'm going to call for the vote. All in favour of the motion? Opposed to the motion? The motion is carried. Thank you very much for that motion. I think it goes a long way for We're going to change the agenda slightly, and that is we're going to move the communication officer later on in the agenda, and I'm going to move into Vision 3 and ask Ian Alexander to come back to the microphone.
And Catherine is going to work with me on facilitating this section. So I think the question is somewhere nearby. Do I need to click it, or let's see what happens here. So the question for this last section is before you and has been up there for a while. And I'm going to let it sit with people, and we're going to spend a little time in table groups, and then probably when, I think, Bishop, we might do the table groups portion, and then if you wish, you can call for a break, and then we'd come back in plenary, if that makes sense. So the question is, based on everything we have heard today, and that includes the recap, the summary of the Waller Report and all the background to the Waller Report that you have, the reformulation of the vision by the Bishop in a threefold way, the financial report you've just heard, and the discussions we've had around issues around youth and other things. What are the most important next steps for us to take as a diocese as we continue traveling together on this vision fulfillment journey? Now, before I give you that question in table groups, there have been one or two sort of general questions raised that I think it might be helpful, that will help to further inform these conversations. And there was a question that was asked about experiences in other dioceses and in other parts of the country and perhaps in other denominations. And I'd like a couple of people to respond to that. Do you want to come and put the question again? That would be great. And Rob, are you nearby? Great.
I'm Peggy Jensen, and I'm from St. Martin of Tours, Gabriola Island, and I'm new to this experience, but I'm sure that there have been other dioceses or churches who have done this kind of study or seen what they could do to raise the awareness of the church, and I'm wondering what experience you've leaned on from other places across Canada.
So we must not have been the only people to wrestle with this, Rob. So stories of success, overcoming challenge, lessons learned. Can you speak to that? I know it's a huge topic and you could give us a whole weekend seminar, but a few thoughts?
I think that the Diocese of Ottawa is a very good example. They did the study, they moved forward, but they have regrets that they didn't have all the clergy on board as the way that they needed. I think they still feel a bit that the case was just a little bit fuzzy, but they did a lot of good work and they had a successful campaign. They were hoping to raise 30 million, but as a result of the study, they cut it down to 12, and they've achieved that 12 million, and they achieved that objective. And they're finding still some problems with getting some parish to finish up. But overall, for example, they had a lot of people that helped them reach the 12 million through asset gifts or through estate gifts, and so they're not going to get those gifts for a while. So, but it was considered a real success. I think Nova Scotia and PEI, I'm not actually sure of the results of how that happened. Edmonton, I think, has done their campaign successfully, and probably Archbishop Privet probably knows more information on Edmonton, and of course his own diocese of Kootenay, which has been moving forward on this process. Personally, I would ask you to think about the fact that your diocese is really talking about doing something, I think, a little bit different. I would use St. Paul's Nanaimo as an example of the kind of a process that we're really talking about here, which is a much more in-depth process in terms of all around, all facets of stewardship. So I'd leave that there, and maybe Archbishop.
Thanks, Rob. Archbishop, speaking out of your own experience, lessons learned, things that we might want to bear in mind as we wrestle with how to move forward?
Thanks, Ian. Thank you, Rob. Yes, a number of the dioceses across the country have, at different times in recent years, been engaging. You've named a few, Toronto as well, Diocese of Coupel on the Prairies. And in this province, our diocese is just in about year 2.5 of a 5-year campaign. We went through a process that was very similar to what you did. We had a feasibility study that, again, we aimed high, we adjusted our numbers, and we discovered that there were some challenges that we needed to prepare for, which we've done. The challenge for Kootenay is that they hadn't done a major, what we call a mission-focused financial campaign, but a financial stewardship initiative probably in nearly 40 years. So it was a long time. In people's memory, does anybody remember Anglicans in Mission? Well, that was in a dim memory in the Diocese of Kootenay. And so we undertook that, and we have had a very successful campaign. We've tied it to a diocesan vision, but we challenged every parish to come up with its own mission focus. And as each parish developed its own mission, we saw energy really increase. And but it wasn't all roses. About 12% of our parishes have not yet become involved for a variety of reasons. We're stretching it over 5 years, and our prayer and our intent is that by the end of the 5 years, we'll have full participation.
One of the things thank you, Archbishop. One of the things I'm hearing from both of you is that you need to have a critical mass on board to get rolling, but you don't have to have unanimity before you can get out the gate. It's deciding when to do that, right? Thank you. Thought that might be helpful. So, based on everything we have heard today, what are the most important next steps for us to take as a diocese as we continue traveling together on this vision fulfillment journey? And that includes, what do we want to do about the feasibility study and a financial campaign? But it also includes those 4 critical issues that Rob named when he says 84% think the vision is important. 84% think we need to have a campaign. But there are these 4 critical issues around trust and leadership and the case for support, etc. What do we need to do about those things? So I'm going to give you your instructions for working in groups, but...
Just a moment. Microphone number 3, a question for you.
Hi, Jane Palliser, St. Peter's Lake Hill. I didn't buy into the sacred journey until I came here and I listened, and I first heard the bishop's description of his walk, and how, for me, that was a very humbling experience that he took on, and represented the humility that the diocese is willing to put themselves in. And so my concern is it's a big leap moving to the financial implementation. And we have to recognize, as our First Nations person spoke, about the communicating it to the regular parish member or member in the locations that we operate in. And for me, it's we have to recognize to communicate to them and resonate with them and acknowledge where they are on their journey as a parish, and where they think they can join along the journey. to participate. But I think there still needs to be a planning of the lead into the desire to walk along the journey together. Yeah.
Thank you. And that's precisely the kind of point that we'd like to see made at tables and then brought forward for us to capture in terms of potential next steps. So what I'd like to ask you to do is to take, it's about 7 or 8 minutes after 2, to take the next 15 minutes, 15 and a bit, let's say to Bishop, to 2:25, and then a break, and then report back? Is that? So could you, when you have this conversation, try to be very concrete and specific? Important next steps, what would that look like? Not a kind of aspiration, but a specific step that you think we need to consider taking. We're not going to vote on these, but we'd like to collect them all together.
Ian?
Yeah.
Excuse me, we have a question of clarification.
Sure. So let me just finish the assignment, and then we'll deal with people at the mics. Would you please have someone write them down on the newsprints that are on the tables, because we won't be able to hear back from all tables and all ideas, and we will collect them so that we can sift through them all. So just before you start moving, we got a couple of people at microphones. Bishop, shall we recognize? I'll let you exercise your role as chair. Microphone number 3. Oh, it's microphone number 3 is over here. Then microphone number 1.
Bill Taylor, Christchurch Cathedral. I don't know if it'd be any help or not, Ian, but pages 38 to 43 of the extended study, steps laid out on that in terms of next steps. I found that a very useful piece of reading. Thank you.
Yes. So again, if what your table wants to propose as a specific step is implement the potential implementation plan in the Waller report, then bring that forward. Okay? But you may have a different approach. You may say, no, we don't want to do that.
I had a question about the methodology of the report. Where is he?
Yep,
Rob. Yeah. We have some 7,000 parishioners, and you did some 100 100 questionnaires, and I can't remember how many interviews because I haven't got it in front of me, but it seemed to me a low number, a very low number. So is that enough to, although your interview process and questionnaire process was very, very in-depth, is that enough to conclude, to make your conclusions for the whole of the diocese, or don't you think that this is an indicator of a large amount of apathy and that not enough people came forward?
Rob, do you want to speak to the methodology, and are these reliable findings?
Thank you for the question. And this kind of a journey that you're on is all about leadership. Leadership is the main factor. And so when you do a study, you want to give an opportunity for anybody that would like to have a voice to feed in, and that's what happened. But when we spoke, did the personal interviews, we were really speaking to people, many of you here in this room, and who are leaders who can influence and understand the diocese well enough to know what is the right pathway the diocese needs to follow. So this is a very standard way of doing a study. It would be as accepted at a professional standard. For those of you who do studies and know studies, this is a very professionally accepted standard to base the recommendations that are there. And I would say that even when you look at all the people that we interviewed, it reflected all the different makeups and all the different constituencies. So I think it's very reliable, and I think you'd find that is accepted professionally.
Okay, so why don't we then go into table groups to try to generate some concrete suggestions around next steps based on everything we've heard. We'll call time at around 25 past, take a break, come back and hear from the tables at around 20 minutes to 3. Logan? 10 minutes now? Okay, 10-minute break. Thank you. Please remember to capture these ideas on the newsprint so we can collect the sheets at the end. Folks, you have another 5 minutes at your tables. 5 minutes. Okay, folks, can I have your attention, please? Some good conversations going on around the tables. So here's how it's going to work from here. In a couple of minutes, the chair will declare a break. And when we come back from that break, here's what we'd like to do. At your tables, we will bring microphones to you this time. We're not going to hear from all the tables. We're not going to hear all the ideas. That's why we've captured them on newsprint. And the really important thing is to leave your notes on the tables at the end of Synod so people can collect them up, and we are going to get them all back to you really quite quickly this week. But we do want to get a sense of some of the best ideas in the room. So here's going to be the drill. If your table wants to put up their hand and report out, we want to hear succinctly your one best idea. And it could be about what to do next about the financial campaign. It could be what to do next about some of these critical issues that we've identified, the issues of climate and trust, and issues of youth engagement, et cetera, et cetera. So when we come back after the break, we'll hear from some tables about their one best idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken and Alexander. Could I just have your attention for, I don't know, 10 seconds, please? Sort of hoping for everybody's attention. We are going to have a 10-minute coffee break. That means be back in 10 minutes. Don't start moving back in 10 minutes. And the honorary secretaries have told me that this will be your last opportunity to get coffee or tea so that the folks in the kitchen can start to clean up. So, pardon me? Oh, and buy T-shirts and hoodies and where are they? All right, around the corner. There you are. So, see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Friends, if we could move back into your table groups. Thank you.
We always just ask about West Coast Mission. West Coast Mission is a really old name. It was a committee on it about. Is that the bank?
Yeah. It jumps between West Coast Mission and Long Beach Partial Charge. Long Beach Partial Charge is still the overall, we call it West Coast Mission, but Long Beach Partial Charge is a bank account. I don't think there's it unless it's been changed, but it's been 30 years since I was there. So friends, I love the energy in the room. You're doing great. Can we come back to the table groups, please?
You must have one too. What's your favorite?
So you like the...
So you gave me a prize.
I don't need to see anymore.
Yes. Friends, conversations, wonderful. I don't want to use that for
La, 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 la.
I just need your help for 5 minutes. I dropped a $50 bill out there somewhere. And I don't know where it was. I wonder if you can just have a look around to see if it's lying at your feet.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
As we reconvene, before we hear the reports out from the table groups, I thought it might be fun to hear. It's been interesting to be up in this corner of the room because people have been contributing to the Synod playlist. And I thought, Donna, maybe you could just report on some of the items that are on the Synod playlist as we speak.
It's going to be an interesting playlist if you download it in order. So I'll just do the ones that we've circled here. Jesus is waiting, waiting in the streets. Born to be wild, I'm not sure that.
I think that was the bishops.
Life is a highway. I would walk 500 miles. I'm on my way to the promised land. We are pilgrims on a journey.
Walk on.
Walk on. North. Oh, God makes beautiful things. I love that song. Good job.
So thank you for those. And we'll leave this up. And if you have any thoughts on the way by, and maybe we can create an actual Synod playlist by the time we're done. Thank you. Okay, so as always, our time is limited and our ideas are many, and we will collect all of your sheets and we will feed them back. And I believe there's going to be a kind of instant, before the minutes, there's going to be a kind of a quick turnaround summary of some of the content of this Synod.
Yes.
Am I right?
Very quick.
Excellent. And so, but in the meantime, we'd like to hear some of the ideas. So here's how it's going to work. Zena has a microphone in that quadrant. Gail has a microphone over here. Stephen has a microphone over here. And we will come to you. And so if your table has one idea that you can express like in a sentence, that's one of the most important next steps for us to take as a diocese as we continue traveling together on this vision fulfillment journey, just put up your hands. We'll put microphones in people's hands and we'll just debrief. And remember, it could be about moving forward with the campaign, dealing with the culture and climate issues, addressing some of the priorities we've talked about, or really anything else that you think is an important next step for us to take. Gail, put a microphone in the hands of the person behind you. And is there someone over in this quadrant? And is there someone over here who wants to?
I need it first.
You need it first. Okay. Do you need it now?
Yes.
Speak.
He was going to say that Catherine will write down on the flip chart those key salient pieces. You have what you have on your table, but we will get them up on here. However, I'm a wonderful delegator. And in walking around and being amongst you, I noticed that there was somebody far more capable of writing in such a way that you will actually be able to read it. So I've delegated the task of scribe, and I will work with the scribe to communicate effectively on your behalf.
There we go. Okay, so we have an idea, a next step over here.
Parishes must initiate specific actions to implement the vision based on what they do best and what their wider communities need. Give parishes the time to identify these, then have the Synod office schedule gatherings or seminars on each of the main initiatives and encourage parishes to come together and stimulate and inspire each other to design their individual initiatives.
My gosh, that's great. Table 10 has a complete action plan. The short form of that is parish-specific vision implementation plans. Right? Have we got one over here? Yep.
Ours is stepping back a bit, so presenting the Waller report to parishes for discussion and perhaps having the Diocese Communications Office provide us with some information to distribute to parishes about it.
Great, thank you. And
just, if I could ask for a quick, could you just introduce yourself when you stand up? So,
Martha McGuinness Archibald from Christchurch Cathedral Parish.
Thank you. So communication back to parishes about the Waller report, and there is a good executive summary, and there also and the request that there would be a tool from the Synod office to help with that process, Catherine. So summaries of the Waller report with a tool.
David Shulman from St Philip by the Sea, Lanceville. Just to re-echo the comment about resources, making sure really good resources are available for the parishes to help them engage. But to go alongside that, we must find ways of moving away from a purely parish answer. It's not that the parishes have to do everything. We need to learn more about collaborating and working together across areas, across regions, so that we are working genuinely together rather than as individual parishes in this area.
I wonder if it would be in the spirit of that one also to talk about leveraging the regional structure. One of the things that comes out of the Waller report is that a lot of people don't seem to be identifying very tightly with the regional level of, and it may possibly be that regional deans and archdeacons could in fact come up with regional specific plans. Where's okay, if you guys just keep raising your hands, we'll get the mics to you. So does that person have a mic in their hands right now? No, you will soon. Jeanette.
Jeanette Musio, St George's, Canberra Bay. We felt that dealing with trust issues was the most important thing to do. And we've heard a variety in talking to people whilst we've been here why there is this mistrust. And we feel that this is probably a job for the regional deans to go into every parish, ask them why they mistrust the diocese, and work on healing in each parish so we can move forward. And tied into that is making sure, again, the regional dean can work with the parish, that the diocese is all of us here and everybody else who can't be here. The diocese is not that office in Victoria. Okay. But that needs to be heard clearly.
Thank you. So address the trust issue. Zuzana, are we over here? Madam Dean.
Ansley Tucker, the Cathedral in Table 0. I think we need to become very intentional about leveraging emergent opportunities. So, for example, there are 900 and some young people who are going to converge on the Canadian Lutheran Anglican Youth Gathering in PEI this summer, 30 of them from this diocese. Those kids are going to come back pumped. let's take advantage of their enthusiasm the minute they arrive.
So to use those 30 people who come back from Clay, their energy and their ideas to kickstart a youth initiative is, I think, this one, Catherine. Yes.
Hi, Sandra Hansel-Drover, St. Peter's, Quamagen. We talked about the next step being a pause, actually just not taking a step, to pause and to celebrate what's right now, to acknowledge some of the things that has happened, to acknowledge there is a vision to go forward, but to stop and to pause and to say, you know what, we have 7,000 Anglicans, we're doing something right. We don't need to navel gaze any longer, let's celebrate and do that correctly.
So I think the key word there is celebrate, and it was interesting. Stephen, I think we need to hand this mic up over here. Okay, great. No, that's fine. Yep. When you read through all of the reports, as I did to prepare the summary this morning, and even all the reports that are in the download, there is so much going on here to celebrate, and that's what I'm hearing you say. So let's keep going around the room, and we'll come back. Yes.
Mark Oldnall, St. Peter, Quamagen. Our table also agrees that the trust issue is an urgent issue, and in that we're looking at rebuilding the fellowship within the clergy team, developing trust and leadership to help lead the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Well, we had 3 that we started with: communicate, put relationship building, and address trust. And then we realized they're all together. If you communicate with us, if you put relationship building at the front, and that will address the trust in the communities, in the parishes. So it's all together: communicate, relationship building, paired, and that will address the trust issue. And we can't go anywhere until we've done that.
So hearing lots of good stuff around communicating with parishes, bringing information back, further consultation, trust building, etc. Interested to know where we might be with regard to if there are any concrete steps we want to do about the feasibility study itself. There's been a suggestion with regard to a pause. On the other hand, there have been people suggesting that the potential timeline laid out in the Waller report is one that we should sign up for, which does involve a pause, but then involves pilot projects and coming back to a synod. Was there discussion at tables around that question and how we ought to proceed with the timing around implementing a feasibility study leading to a campaign? Any thoughts around that? Is that on your sheet or no? Anybody? Yes.
Hi, Brian Rendell, St. Matthias. It's only been there 20 years. Give me a break. In Victoria, and it's speaking directly to the issue you raised, Ian, but also to the comments concerning trust. And I'm just the rapporteur here at the table. We started the conversation about lack of trust, loss of trust. I don't like the concept of loss of trust because it's quite a judgment. And so we actually concluded what we're really talking about is a lack of confidence. And a lack of confidence that Diocese Central will follow through. Apparently there's years of Diocese Central, which is, I guess, Diocese Victoria, not following through. And so there's a need to build confidence. And where it comes to your specific question, Ian, is concerning the Waller report. And the comment was made that there were too few, and this comment's been made before, too few interviews for the number of parishioners, and particularly the islands, the Southern Gulf Islands, none of them apparently were spoken to. And whether that breeds a lack of trust or a lack of confidence, it seems to me to be a major issue. So if there's a thought to take a pause, perhaps part of that pause might be carrying out a slightly broader survey to reinforce the validity and findings of the Waller report.
Okay, so I'm taking 2 things away from that. One has to do with broader consultation, but the other has to do with ensuring that there is timely
concrete follow-up from the Synod office on the initiatives that get started and that need to be kept moving forward and not simply kind of die.
I'm sorry, two more parts to that. And communication from Synod and a realization of Synod, how important, how Synod is always, not Synod, Diocese is always walking on eggshells, and how the actions of Diocese can be misinterpreted in the parishes. We need to be careful.
Okay, thank you. Where are we? Who's been waiting? Gail, the one at Gail's table? Yeah.
Bill Purdy, St. Mark's, Qualicum Beach. We heard a very good presentation on the Waller report. And I think after hearing that, after reading the report, we realized the need to raise this money. But you know, the reconciliation is not working completely. It's starting, but we got to go further with that. And we talked about that around the table. You can't sell it by talking about money. Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream," and he changed the civil rights movement. Bishop Logan said, "I have a dream," and he's got us all excited about doing this work. We've got to go back and sell the dream.
Sell the dream, sell the vision. Thank you.
I'm Marlene Mitten from St. Luke's. We had sort of 2 points. One was communication needs to be a priority to the parishes, to the people in the pews. The people in the pews need to get it if this initiative is going to go forward.
Communicate directly to the people in the pews.
And we want to walk away from this synod knowing that we are going to implement this because it's important, but knowing a team is going to run with it and oversee its implementation, perhaps diocesan council overseeing it.
Okay, I wonder what that might look like. Further specific thoughts at that table?
Michael Wimmer from St. Michael's, Chemainus. I would like to put before you a motion that Synod encourages Diocesan Council to approve and facilitate at an appropriate time pilot fundraising projects in which parishes collaborate with the diocese along the lines suggested in the Waller report. And there is a seconder, David Stewart.
Okay. I think we have the text. David, do you have that text?
We've got the text on the screen.
Great. And maybe if you could give it to the secretaries as well. Thank you, Michael. So I'll read it again. And this is a response to the question of what next steps should we do around the Waller report. That Synod encourages Diocesan Council to approve and facilitate at an appropriate time pilot fundraising projects in which parishes collaborate with the diocese along the lines suggested in the Waller report. Bishop, I'm looking at the time. I'm going to hand it back to you to see how the meeting wants to deal with that motion, and I think we'll declare this debrief done. We'll collect all the other information and feed it all back to people.
Just a moment, there's some hands. I think that maybe 3 or 4 more voices before we move into the motion.
Okay.
Okay, there are some folk who want to speak.
Great.
So, Zena, Brenda has had her hand up there for a while, so maybe Brenda next.
Great. Okay.
Okay, so from our tape, I'm Trish Stock from St. John's Duncan. We believe that there must be a trust-building strategy throughout the diocese to address the image problem. We believe that this is fundamental before we can move forward with any of the recommendations. In respect to the too few interviews, the questionnaire was available online, and there is a thought to perhaps a lot of people maybe didn't go to the website because of the us versus them problem that seems to exist.
So if I can just connect those dots, what I'm hearing is that if there were more communication out of this meeting by delegates back into parishes, by wardens, by regions, to get more awareness built, and then that the survey were to be relaunched, it might be that there would be greater take-up. It's Trish, is that right? Is that what I'm hearing, and that would be part of the process of gathering more information? Yeah? Okay. We got that? Trust building strategy, but inform and then resurvey. Where? Yeah.
Brenda O'Brien, Peter's Comox. Our table talked about the presentation of the vision and how we might do that in the parishes and roll it out. We appreciated the boiling it down into 3 categories. I felt that it needs to be able to be put on one sheet of paper in also a visual format. And we also talked about that sort of one soundbite, one sentence kind of a statement that would capture the vision itself. And then as we unpack that, how to be able to articulate with examples how the vision itself will impact ministry, both on a collective level at the diocesan ministries and a number of examples we've heard about today, as well as how this vision will, through concrete examples, support parishes in our own ministry plans, how that will come out of this vision.
So to provide user-friendly resources to communicate the vision. So, I mean, this is pretty user-friendly, and we may be able to do more work on it. And the other part that I heard in there was concrete examples. Yes.
My name is Jill Harris. I'm from Penelakut Tribe. I'm an elder, but I'm also a postulant in this diocese. We spoke about the lack of trust and the lack of confidence as well that happens within parish churches. I just wanted to support some of the discussion that was happening here about pilot parishes. For me, I believe that is very similar to what magnet schools are. The opportunity for using those pilot parishes as the magnet schools for training people from the regional areas is really good. From an Aboriginal perspective, First Nations perspective, I think it's a really good opportunity for us as well to meet with other people who want to know and to gain some knowledge about well, the church's role in colonization, the residential schools, in colonial law, and in local education. As a student, I've been researching the role of the churches on Vancouver Island in the land grab and resource extraction. So I think there's a lot that we can learn from the pilot parishes, and the lack of confidence. Not everybody is going to want to come to the table. There are some people who are just observers, are followers, and to expect that we need 100% agreement may not even come to that point. But on the other hand, people who attend the Synod need to share the information and be the trainers of other people in their communities, in their parishes. And I find that so many, this is like preaching to the converted. We all come here, we go to all the conferences, we go to all the workshops, we get ourselves educated and aware of what the situation is, but we just share it with each other. Like we don't bring it back to the people. So I think that's going to be very important. And we need to have some criteria to let us know when we are actually accomplishing something to the goal. So that's just steps. Focus on time and talent rather on treasury. People who are hurting need to be heard in order to heal. And I think this is where I am myself in being a residential school survivor, but having been a politician in my own community, and having the experience I've had in churches is I need to be heard. And sometimes it's not well accepted by people who don't want to hear what I have to say about the actions of people within churches towards a person like me, of color, a person of color. Those kinds of things, I think we have to develop that, the listening heart.
Thank you very much. And we've captured several of those points. And one that I heard in particular was a challenge there in terms of how each of us is going to go back to our homes and how we're going to communicate out of this meeting. Because sometimes there's a lot of communication, several people have said it, within the room, and then minutes come out. But what is the actual communication back to all the other people that we represent in terms of what has happened here and what's going to happen next? So I think that's about as much of the debrief as we can do, Bishop, but we've captured them here, and we are going to capture the rest if you'll leave the materials on the table. And I guess back to you to decide what the will of Synod is with regard to whether they want to deal with this motion.
You've had a notice of motion. I'll get the Secretary to read it out one more time.
That Synod encourages Diocesan Council to approve and facilitate at an appropriate time pilot fundraising projects in which parishes collaborate with the diocese along the lines suggested in the Waller Report. And that is moved by Michael Wimmer and seconded by David Stewart.
Is it the will of Synod to have time to have conversation about this motion at this time? Why don't we? Why don't we take the time? So the motion is before you, and the microphones are open. If you want to speak to the motion, would you please go to the microphones? Microphone number 1.
I like the general thrust of the motion, but I would like to take the... Oh, sorry. My name's Lanny Hubbard from St. Michael and All Angels, Royal Oak. I'd like to turn it on its ear a little bit. We need to get away from the focus on the fundraising and put it on the project. So if we just said that Diocesan Council facilitate pilot projects in which parishes collaborate with the diocese, and once we know what the project is, we can build a budget, and then we can ask for participation from all the parishes. Whether it's a project that enhances reconciliation objectives, we were just talking over coffee. I don't know what kinds of projects, but we hear in other parts of the country communities that are living without water supplies. But what if that was a problem in our diocese and the diocese said, we're going to build a water supply system for a particular community? And who wants to contribute to, can all the parishes contribute? Then you've got something specific that people can wrap their minds around. It's not couched in all the language of the directions and the vision, which is all good stuff, but we have to get down to specific projects that people can say, yeah, I'll open up my wallet to support that.
Microphone number 3.
Lon Testego, St. Peter, St. Paul, Esquimalt. I'm supportive of the motion, but I'm wondering about a friendly amendment because it makes no sense. Diocesan Council does the business of synod between synods, so it seems to me this synod should move that we facilitate and implement said action as opposed to approve it. There's no need for Diocesan Council to approve it if this synod can approve it. Am I stating it correctly? I'm seeing a nod from the Chancellor. So I'll leave that to the mover and seconder if they would consider a friendly amendment.
Microphone number 1. The mover is at the microphone. Just wait for a moment. Michael, would you come to the microphone, please? Are you in favour of that friendly amendment?
I'm quite happy with that.
And so the motion would read?
And equally, to respond to a point brought up earlier, if the fundraising were removed, that would be quite satisfactory as well, because it gives us the scope for everything that is covered by the Waller report.
So David, this would be the reading of the motion that Synod encourages, approves and facilitates at an appropriate time pilot projects in which parishes collaborate with the diocese along the line suggested in the Waller report. David, are you okay? Whereabouts are you, David? Are you okay with that change, David, as seconder? Okay. So you have a new motion before you. Okay, speaking to the motion, microphone number 1.
George van Westerop from St. Martin's of Tours, Gabriola. Just nothing specific to the motion, except that I think I would give this piece of advice, that the pilot parishes be chosen not to be just those who are really keen, but to have parishes that are not quite so keen. So you get a broader spread, and I think it would improve the trust in the diocese. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Elizabeth Bennett, Church of the Advent. You took it down, and I believe what it says. My question is about at an appropriate time. As a lawyer, I dislike those open-ended, so that would be my question. What is the meaning of at an appropriate time? Thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Travis O'Brien, St. Barnabas Church, Victoria. I just wanted to say that yesterday, some of this material was presented as this was going to be a listening synod and not a voting synod. And I thought that given the scope of everything, that was very wise. All of a sudden, we're turning this, it seems to me, into an implementation. And I would be very wary about doing that at this time. I think we started out as an opportunity to gather and to listen. And I would recommend that that is how we carry through this time together.
Microphone number 3.
Susan Hayward-Brown from St. Mark, Qualicum Beach. I experienced in the last period of time people still eager to speak and be heard, and we didn't have enough time for that to happen. And I'm concerned that moving to a vote of this to direct an action, when we've been talking about building trust means allowing people to be heard, they don't fit together for me. The other thing I have a concern about this motion is that if I understand the idea behind hiring a consultancy company to give us some direction, I understood that would mean if we were going to go to do a diocesan-wise fundraising initiative, that we would likely hire professionals to help us with that so that we could take the opportunity to do it the best way we can. My question about this is, are we talking that we're going to now take some money to hire an organization to help us to create that pilot project, or are we going to stress out our already overly stressed staff that they're somehow going to create this process following maybe something that's been outlined for us? I'm concerned that we're maybe not ready and that we don't have the staff time to go ahead with this.
Microphone number 1.
Hi, I'm Sharon Halser from St. Luke's Cedar Hill, and I would like to urge Synod to vote against this motion. I am very excited by the enthusiasm that's come out with this motion as far as a desire to get going and get on with it, which is something that I often feel myself, that we take a very long, slow process in the Anglican Church. But I do believe that this is a little premature. There's a lot of variables to this motion. It seems vague to me. Initially, it was talking specifically about fundraising projects, which would have been one very specific thing, but eliminating the word fundraising, now it's just pilot projects, which could really encompass a wide variety of things. Right now we have a vision fund available, and there is a call out to all parishes to put forward ideas for that. And I think that we should focus our energies on our vision fund and those initiatives, and at this time leave this motion alone and vote against it. Thank you.
Microphone number 3.
Sid Langhelt, St. Paul's, Nanaimo, that this motion be tabled.
Is there a second for the motion to be tabled? Nancy Ford. Motions to table are not debatable. All in favour of the motion to be tabled, raise your hands. Opposed to tabling the motion? The motion is tabled. Until this call back off. Do you want to... Okay, thank you for that. We didn't put a time on when this would be tabled to, so my understanding is the motion is tabled until Diocesan Council can bring it, be in the synod between synods, bring it back onto their table, or refer it back to a synod at a later time. That would be my understanding. Okay, thank you for that conversation. Thank you, Ian, for your leadership. And Catherine, are you still around? Catherine, are you ready to speak to us for a little bit and tell us about communications?
I am.
Okay.
Can you tell me how much time I have? Because I can take a lot.
What about 5 to 7 minutes?
Go. All right. Thank you for giving me this time. Apparently, we're going to have to do a lot of coffees. David, could we just show the pretty pictures? Let's just look at some pretty pictures. Thank you. So, I want you to know it's coming. A new diocesan website is coming. And this is a preliminary design for what that will look like. Do you want to say yay? Yay. Amen. David, can I have another pretty picture? Oh, not that. Go back to the pictures of the website. So, there will be a lot, I hope, but you are going to have to help build this. I cannot do this single-handedly. There was a task force, a group created by the bishop to develop a handbook, so those people, whoever was involved in that, the work that you have done will go into building what goes into this website. I have been listening. There is a lot of input, a lot of resources that people are looking for in a website. But to have this work, we have to do this together. So I will be going out from here to talk to you via surveys, yes, surveys, as well as in those regional meetings to say, what do you want to find there and who's going to help me get it there? You have to be content generators. But the role of the diocesan website, and this is what you need to take away from your parishes for your own websites, in this regard, this is for you. This is not to get new bums in the pews. Okay? This is to resource you to do what you need to do in your context so that we can move this vision forward. If it's not doing that, it's not doing its job. It's simply a tool. It is not the ends to any means. It is simply a tool to get us where we're going, a little further on this walk together. So over the next few months, I will be starting to populate content into this design. Once we have this going, then we will turn our attention to your websites. And I have said this in other contexts. I don't know that I have a solution for you right now, for those of you who are struggling with your own online presences, but I'm willing to work with you to help you get there. I also have some fantastic people who are willing to help me to help you, and two of them are those gentlemen who are standing at the back at the tech table who, from the day I got here, have been so incredibly helpful to me in ensuring that we have some stuff that's going up on the internet, and that beast that we call the current website is at least, I have a knee on it right now. So this is a work in progress. I hope that we will be able to launch this summer with a new website. And then, as I say, please be patient with me. We will then turn our attention to your websites and how we can be useful to you. That may come in the form of some templates. There's a number of different ways that might happen, but it's coming. I had a lot more to say, which I always do. So please invite me to your parishes, invite me to your councils, your vestries. I am happy to come and work with you on a parish-by-parish basis. That's what I'm here for. You don't even have to come to my office. I'm new here. This whole island is like one big adventure to me. So I'm willing to go anywhere. So please invite me, and if there's a few parishes in a region that we can get together and do this together, let's do that too. More to follow. Stay tuned.
Catherine, thank you very much. You still have 3 minutes left. Didn't hear me. Okay. Archbishop, can I invite you to come up and address Synod?
Thank you very much, my dear Bishop. How long do I have? Oh, I'm getting moved. I'm coming over.
Archbishop, the floor is yours. Whatever you like. Well, I'll get this, the Dean to ring the bell.
I was just going to say, Bishop Logan, that's a dangerous thing to do. I'm getting moved here again. The door is over there if you want to just keep moving. Anybody else like to move me? Thank you. I want to begin by thanking you for your incredible hospitality. I feel like I've been home in community, and the time with you in the last 24 hours has been rich and full, and I'm so grateful for all the connections I've had, conversations I've had, and the chance to be a part of this very important synod. Bishop Logan, thank you again for your invitation. I want to make a few remarks. I'm going to frame my remarks in what we used to understand as partner conversations, to give you some reflection on your synod and what I've seen and observed, and to make a few comments on your life together. I first want to note your theme, Willa Mola Mamooks. Did I say that right? It's wonderful. We are traveling together. And it reminded me, and many of you will know this, that the word for synod, in fact, comes from the ancient Greek, which means the way together. So there's a lovely convergence between what a synod is and the theme that you have chosen for your time together. And what I have experienced as you travel together, that this is God's people gathered together. And the energy and the prayerfulness and the respect with which you have engaged one another is exemplary. It is wonderful to be a part of this. I have to say, over the course of the years, not all synods have functioned like this. I want to acknowledge that a lot of this has to do with the wonderful leadership that you have from Bishop Logan. Logan, you set the tone. You've set the tone for the way you've come together. You consult. You engage people in a very animated way. You have a great gift for speaking and articulating matters that are before us. And you do so always in a spirit of faithfulness and prayer, and that is a great gift. I want to just acknowledge how wonderful it is to worship with you, and the round of worship and the opening Eucharist for me was a gift as I come as a visitor and share in a time of prayer, as throughout the deliberations and conversations we become aware and made space for God's Spirit to move amongst us. Also want to commend your creative agenda. I don't think I've been at a synod where you were able to move between an address by the bishop and what technically is called a committee of a whole, but a way that you all became a visioning team during the course of the synod together. I think that's unique and very helpful and a wonderful way to sort of loosen up some of the procedures of synod so that you can engage together on really, really important matters. I want to say something, particularly after Gail's financial report. We looked at the numbers. We're concerned about resources. We see some deficits. I have the great privilege of being in many dioceses in the metropolitical province, and want to say you actually have an abundance of resources. 3 of our dioceses are Council of the North dioceses, and that means they struggle financially. The Diocese of Yukon, for instance, is no longer able to afford its bishop, and so in 2 weeks are going to make a decision that their bishop be placed in a parish, and so functions as bishop as parish. So they're way down the road around being challenged with resources. You have a lot of room, I think, from a resource perspective, to work with and to implement some of the vision that you have. I also want to speak about the process of your synod, that this has really been a time of respectful listening. Just below the conversations, I'm aware that you're not of one mind, that indeed there are differences, viewpoints, things to express, concerns to raise, but you do so in a wonderfully respectful way, and you have listened to one another. I do note, though, and this is true for all of us when we have in large gatherings, particularly at synods, that there are always time pressures in terms of conversation. That we find ourselves wedded to an agenda and a time, and most of us checking at the watch and wondering how long the Archbishop will go on before I can go home. We have these time pressures, and so there's always that tension of giving enough time for all voices to speak and be heard. But it has been a wonderful conversation, and I love etymology and the roots of words. And conversation is rooted in the Latin word converso, which means to turn toward one another. And you've done that beautifully as you've engaged in the conversation. You've also expressed, I think, and showed real courage as you've started to tease out some very challenging issues facing you. I want to say you're not alone in the church, that diocese and parish right across the country are facing changing and challenging times. We are waking up to discover we are no longer in the same place we were a decade ago, a generation ago, and the challenges that we're facing are new to us, and there's no template, and there's no map. And that can be disconcerting, it can be worrisome, anxiety-producing, and easy to deny them. We have a colleague in the House of Bishops who every once in a while is very fond of standing up and looking at us all and saying, "My brothers and sisters, let me remind you, denial is more than a river in Egypt." So you've been able to express and face and identify some of the real challenges. You've named truth, and even though they're unsettling, it's important that we name them in order to engage them. I want to say that the comment around, or the focus for a short time on the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Bishop Logan's commitment to moving forward into reconciliation and new relationships with First Nations is really important. I don't think we can underestimate the significance of that. You're engaging in a new way with First Nations peoples. That's a critical thing. And I want to suggest and let you know that I think you're leading the way in the province. That's a gift not only to the diocese, but beyond, as we will learn from you as you walk that journey together. I also want to commend the refugee work and the report. That was extraordinary response of really Christian love and charity to a huge need in the world. And to celebrate that amazing ministry is a good thing to do here and throughout the diocese. And I commend all who've given so much energy to that. One of the things we miss, though, because Anglicans are really good at charity, but we're not always aware of other opportunities. When Bishop Logan and I were at the recent House of Bishops, we heard an amazing set of lectures on Christian-Muslim relationships. We know that many of the refugees are Christian, but many, many more are from Muslim communities. And I think it provides an opportunity for us to gauge in learning from one another about different religious traditions. I want to commend your work that you have engaged Rob Waller, and I don't know if Rob's still here, but just speak to his amazing report, Rob. That was well done, and I think, again, a courageous report. It would be easy to come in and say, let's just go ahead, but you've also identified some important data. Feasibility studies to me are like snapshots of a moment, and probably now Rob Waller's report to you has given you a critically important, valuable snapshot with more data than you've probably had in a while. That's a really valuable thing for you to work with. And so I want to thank Rob for that and commend the report for your prayerful consideration. It's very valuable information that he has given you. What it brings to is something you already know, is that you now are facing a major discernment together as you hear the report and continue the discussion that you began this afternoon. The 4 areas that Rob has developed, I think, merit further engagement and conversation. The first one being trust. I was doing a little Wordle for a while, and trust was one of the words that just showed up regularly in the conversation over the last 24 hours. So it's an important issue for you. I want to remind you that trust is one of those critically important matters of faith. In Greek, it's pistio, and that's the word we often translate as faith or belief, depending on the gospel reading. So at the heart of our faith is relationships of trust. First of all, trusting in God. And that's a huge question. Can we really trust in God as we move through this process? It's so easy, I think, to fall back on the tried and true of our own methods and trust ourselves. So the challenge is, can we trust in God's leadership and guidance as we move through this process? And in the process, can we learn to trust one another? Can we have faith in one another? What does it mean to be in communities of faithfulness? And I think that's not just a challenge for you, but for all faith communities, of how we build that. There's lots of ideas. We talked about consultation. We've talked about having conversations. I think at the bottom line, to earn trust, we need to be trustworthy. And that only takes time. We need to show actions of trust to one another reciprocally. Parishes to dioceses, dioceses to parishes, people to people, clergy to people, bishop to clergy, all those relationships. And if we can build trustworthy relationships and found to be trustworthy, trust will grow. The truth is, it takes time, and we can't rush that, because really that's God's work in God's time. The second one is focus, and you're wrestling with that. I don't need to tell you what you already know, but your diocesan vision and case is really large. You have a large number of things, and because you have a large number of things, all of which were important, it's easy to lose focus. And so the challenge of bringing that and refining that over the next little while, as Rob has pointed out, is really important. to bring it into a kind of focus that people can remember and then own and say, this is my vision, and not just a nice document that somebody's prepared somewhere. The third thing that Rob pointed out, again, is not unique to the Diocese of British Columbia, but we are living in times of change. And basically what we know is that some of the things that we've done in the past are now no longer working for us. And so the language in change management is that there's technical change, which means there's a blueprint, and you just take it out and apply it and it works. We know that the kind of change we're facing is not that kind of change. We just can't get another Sunday school curriculum or another liturgy and it'll solve everything. We're in a period of something called adaptive change. And what adaptive change means is there's not a blueprint, but that as we meet change, we need to trust one another enough to experiment a little bit with the options. There is a line in philosophy that says, we build our boat while afloat. And I think sometimes in the life of the church, we're called to build our boat while afloat. And as soon as you think of the image, it's a very precarious image. Because we have to be very careful about what planks we lift up when and which planks we put back down. And particularly in this beautiful, beautiful gift of ours, which is a church, we have to be very careful about that. And one of the questions in philosophy is when you complete the task, is it still the same boat? And so I think that discernment around change is really important. It means permission giving. It means respectful listening and care for each other, because when you lift up a plank, some of us are going to be pretty anxious. And it also means that we need to respect the boat. So all those things work together in this time of adaptive change as we work together as a community of faith, learning and traveling together. And finally, Rob pointed out the importance of leadership. And it's always true. We know that. We know leadership is key. And these are not easy times for church leaders, lay or ordained. I regularly meet with a group of senior clergy in the Diocese of Kootenay. And over the last few years, a continuing message that I'm getting is that our leadership is feeling stressed. That means that we really need to care for our leaders, lay and ordained, in terms of what we ask them to do and how we encourage them. It's critically important, because leaders are our treasure. We need them. Many of our leaders are equipped for a church that's changing, so we need to find ways to resource our leaders. And to quote St. Paul, we need to continue to provoke each other to good works. That's probably a lot to say. Let me say just a couple of things last. It's also important, we're talking about time frames. And the time frames when we set dates and calendar dates is chronos, as you know. That's the clock time and the calendar time when we set it. But the scriptures also talk about kairos, which is God's time. That's the language that's used when we read that in the fullness of time, God sent his Son. There's something about God's timing. And so the discernment work before you is not simply setting a calendar date, but asking the question of God's time. When is the time right for us as a diocese to embrace and move forward? And that's prayerful, careful work that you have before you. So, at one point I wrote a note to myself with all this energy in the room, carpe diem. And I thought about that, but then I thought, but in a faith community, what we really need to do is carpe deum, which means not so much seize the day, but seize God. Or maybe more importantly, let God seize us in these times. Let God take hold of us and do with us what God would do. And so I'm stealing a phrase to leave you as we close from PWRDF. In faith, join hands, and inspire hope. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Archbishop, thank you very, very much for being here, for reflecting back, for bringing greetings from the province, and for bringing the whole perspective of national church with us here. Please take our greetings back to your diocese and to the people of your diocese, and thank them on our behalf for your time here with us. It's very, very important, so thank you very much for that. I wanted to just take a moment and thank the staff again for their leadership and their work to make this synod possible for you. I also want to again thank Rob Waller for being here with us and for him taking time to be with us and for his report. Rob, thank you very, very much. There's so much that I could say to you, but I'm aware of time as well. So I'll keep my my kind of feeding back, my recharge to you shorter, and I will make sure that you get a written copy of everything I've said to you in the upcoming weeks, or Imelda will make sure that you get a written copy of everything I've said to you. But I want to honour you as the Synod of this diocese, and thank you for your work, for your time, for your energy, and for being here. So I raise my hands to you and say to you, thank you very, very much for the work that you've done over the last couple of days here in this place. And taking a word from last night's gospel, a couple of words from last night's gospel. If you remember the gospel, it's do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. And there's a wonderful story of two little boys in the United States who lived on a farm. You might have heard this story. And they came up, the mother called them up to the main farmhouse and said, I want you to do a piece of work for me. So the two little boys were dressed, they had vests on like this. They had a big star on here which says Texas Rangers. They had little plastic guns that hung down on either side, and they had Stetsons on. And they said, the mother said, I want you to go down, and there's some snakes in the chicken coop, and I want you to take them out, get rid of them. So little boys wandered down there, get in, opened up the chicken coop and went in, and couldn't find the snakes, or the snake. And one little boy says, well, if I help you up, maybe you can look on the top part and see if the snake's up there. And he said, sure. So the little boy lifted him up, and as he got level with the top part, the snake went like that. And they screamed, they fell down, and they ran out, and they bumped into each other going through the door, and they bumped their heads. One was bleeding, the other one was bruised on the side. And as they got up, the mother says, what happened? What happened? Well, we kind of, the snake scared us, and, well, you play with those snakes. You see those snakes all the time. What happened to you today? And one little boy said to his mother, he said, Mama, sometimes we scare ourselves so much that we hurt ourselves. Sometimes we scare ourselves so much that we hurt ourselves. But please take with us, as this diocese, those words of Jesus. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid as we move forward, because we do not move forward alone. We move forward in the power and the presence of God walking with us and walking before us. There is no group in Toronto called the Diocese of British Columbia. There's no mysterious group out there. I want to name that, just in case you're worried about that. When you read Rob's report and it says, the diocese does this, the diocese does that, we are losing trust in the diocese. The Synod office, the staff at the Synod office, is not the Diocese of British Columbia. And I hope over the Synod that you've heard us say time and time again that the staff are there to facilitate the work of the diocese. You, my friends, are the Diocese of British Columbia. We meet here. You came here as delegates. When Synod started, you became members of the Synod, and you are the Diocese of British Columbia. Thank you, Bill. So it's our work. It's our report. It's our journey that we're on. And when you're in a situation and people say the diocese, you can think about us, but you can think about them. When I first did the listening tours a couple of years ago, we were in Nimkish, and this whole thing came up. And people were saying, well, we were hoping that the diocese will do this. And I said, it's so good to meet with the Diocese of British Columbia as they meet in the Nimkish region. And I think that that's the kind of language we need to look at, and we need to look at ourselves as we go forward. I was encouraged that I started to hear that here, as you were standing up and responding when Ian was leading at the end. We're starting to change that language as we move forward. There's a clergy conference coming up in May, and at that clergy conference, we will begin to address some of the issues that come out of Waller and Associates' report about the relationship between clergy and need for clergy, for collegiality to work together, to understand where we're going as a diocese into the future, and to really, in some way, capture that, the vision. So, clergy, be warned. These are things that I think fall into my camp along with the Diocesan Council, but there are a number of areas where we need to move forward. One is to look at what I called faith and foundations. Those areas, you remember those areas I said, those were the business of any diocese. That's the work of Diocesan Council and finance. They need to take on that work, look at how we can do that more effectively and more efficiently. They need to look at how those areas in the life of the diocese relate to the vision. But I really believe we need 3 teams. And I'll work with the Archdeacons and Diocesan Council as we move forward in this diocese to deal with the issues around trust, to deal with all the issues that we have, that we've talked about over the Synod. We need one that will implement. I think it was Mike asked the question, who will do this work? We'll need a team to implement the faith in action and faith information. Start to dig deeper, start to drill down and look at those issues that are addressed in there and how we share that information with parishes. And how I'm not into buy-in. I don't want people to buy in. I want people to share the vision. I want the vision to become theirs. So an implementation team that will work with this new shape of the vision and the faith information and faith in action and what that might look like. I want to establish a team that will work with me and travel around the parishes on another listening tour so that we can hear. I heard the word grassroots. But I think it's important for us to work and to listen, but particularly in healing. I think that what we've identified here, there's a need for healing within the life of our diocese. There is pain, there is loss, there is grief. And it has to do with the disestablishment of parishes. That's still there. And we need to work with not only the parishes that were disestablished, or that's important, but work with the whole diocese, because there's a sense of loss there. We need to work with the loss of youth within parishes. There's a grief. You heard it. My children don't go to church anymore. My children don't go to church. My grandchildren don't go to church anymore. We need to work through that. That is pain that's there within our diocese. And we really need to, friends, come to terms with the death of Camp Columbia. With the death of Camp Columbia. And I'm thinking about the possibility of having an event on Thetis Island where we can gather for a service to remember Camp Columbia, to give thanks for the life and witness of Camp Columbia, and to say goodbye to Camp Columbia. So that's part of that healing process that the diocese needs to engage in. And the last part of these teams is that my hope is that the Vision Fulfillment Journey team will continue to do their work, to work with Waller and Associates and to move us ahead and what that looks like in the future. And now in the sense of grief and loss, I'm aware that the parish of St. John, the evangelists in Ladysmith are with us at the Synod. And my heart goes out to you as your bishop. And there's a sense of sadness at this time where you find yourself, that the parish has voted to disestablish. And there will be a final service there with me present in June the 30th this year. And again, we'll give thanks for the clergy and the laity in that parish who have ministered for over 100 years. 112 years.
Established in 1904. The building itself was built in 18 something or other. It was a schoolhouse and extension. And built and transferred
So in 1904. So we will continue to journey with you until that date and pray for you. Where are you here? Susan's here. So please stand up for a moment. Okay. Thank you. So we will continue and we will pray. This is also the last synod for a member of the clergy of this diocese. Richard Lesueur, who is the priest at St. George the Martyr in Cadbury Bay, is not retiring. He's going into a new, unique ministry within the church. He's offering himself for the church national to work in relationship to the Companions of Jerusalem and to be there for the diocese of our church and parishes within our church. But he's also going to work in relationship to pilgrimage. Pilgrimage to the Holy Land, pilgrimage to the other Holy Land in the islands of the North Atlantic. And pilgrimage for us, Richard will, I'm sure if you follow Richard, you'll hear more about the other forms of pilgrimage. So Richard, thank you for your leadership and for your place within this diocese. So what we've heard in the synod, what I've heard in the synod is there's a lot of work to be done. But I really believe that you're up to that work as a synod, and we're up to that work as a diocese, and we will engage in that work. One of the things I'm going to ask you to do and to be attentive to as we move ahead, and I just reminded myself when I watched that video that I'd said this before, and it's important for us. Move away from telling a problem-saturated story. Move away from telling a problem-saturated story. Let us start telling another story in the life of this diocese. Let us tell another story, and a story that tells us that we are people of the resurrection, people of new life, and be expectant and watch for that new life in our midst. One of the things I discovered as I went on a journey, especially my time in the woods and the forest, was that creation doesn't lose anything. That there's new life and new birth coming out of dead trees, a new life and new birth coming from the vital places. That's where we are at the moment. Be attentive and watch, and tell others when you see that new birth and that new life coming out in front of us. So it wouldn't be a gathering without me sharing with you a country and western song. And this one I was listening to as I was driving up here, and I thought, this is where we are. And it's called Waiting on the Light to Change. This old road has taken its toll. I've been broke down, but now I'm back on the road. Got it in gear, sitting on the go, just waiting on the light to change. Both my hands are on the wheel. My turn will come. I know it will. From now on, it's all downhill in the positive sense of the way. I'm just waiting on the light to change. Things are moving up ahead for me now, and I'm waiting to roll. I'm waiting on the light to change. And I believe that's where we are as a diocese, and the light is going to change really, really quickly. And one last thing. So Jeanette Museo, congratulations on St. George's Day. This is St. George's Day today. And those others of you who are from that part of the United Kingdom, it's just below Scotland. But I want to say something to me. It's always surprising to me. I think it's great that England has St. George, and other countries, but especially England, has St. George as a patron. What I know about St. George is he was a Palestinian soldier. How strange that the English should choose a Palestinian soldier as a patron. But friends, how strange for God to choose a Palestinian peasant as the savior of the world. And that's what we're about here. We're about following Jesus. And I said in the charge that structural change means absolutely nothing unless in our parishes and in this diocese we leave lives changed by Jesus. That's who we are. That's what we're about. Thank you. Thank you for your support, for your encouragement. Walk gently with one another. Walk gently in this land and walk gently with the Creator. So we have another motion. It's okay, this is a good one. You got it?
Moved by Judy Truman and seconded by Sue House, that the members of Synod present for this 97th Synod thank all who contributed to the success. In particularly, we thank Canon Imelda Secker, Mrs. Judith Coleman, Ms. Terry Mikkonen, Ms. Zena McCreary, Mrs. Gail Gauthier, Mr. Stephen Martin, and Ms. Catherine Pate. The staff of the Nanaimo Ecumenical Center, Archdeacon Brian Evans, and the parishioners of St. Paul's Nanaimo, the Reverend David Chilman, and the parishioners of St. Philip Lansville, the Reverend Craig Hebert, and the Reverend, and David Brown for, David's been elevated, for making it possible to see all of the Synod on the screens that we needed to see, as well as live streaming. And to all of you who have made this Synod the success that it is. Judy and I have moved that. All in favor of the motion. The motion is carried.
Thank you. You just took over the chair. Very crafty. Okay. So, with relationship to the decisions that we have made in this Synod, I concur with all the decisions as we move ahead, and I prorogue this Synod, and thank you all for your work and your time. I just wanted to thank the Dean and the worship team for the very creative worship that we've had, and thank you for your leadership and taking the chair as well. I understand, is Donna going to lead us in the closing prayers? Oh, wait a minute. There's some housekeeping.
Just a couple of things of housekeeping. There are sandwiches and cookies at the back, or at the window to the kitchen, for those of you who want sandwiches and cookies to go home. Please leave your name tags in the box. Judith has got the box there. And one on the other side. And for all of those of you who are on Diocesan Council, the next meeting of Diocesan Council is Saturday, and put this in your books, please. Saturday, May the 28th at 11 a.m. at Holy Trinity in Souk. Saturday, May the 28th, 11 a.m., Holy Trinity Souk.
I would like to shake all of your hands before you leave. It's not going to happen because there's 2 doors. So consider your hand shaken. And I'll pass over to Donna now.
The closing prayer is sung, and it was recorded at the cathedral, our cathedral, sung by Daniela Gundorge, who's the administrator at the cathedral, and played by Michael Gormley. I have tried to find pictures of all of the churches in our diocese. Some of them are not high resolution, some of them are better. Some of them are really hard to find. So you may want to look at your websites and see if you can put a picture of your church there. I know the church is a building and the church is also people. And so we've got the buildings in the slideshow and we've got the people here. And I think if table 0 wants to come down, and if maybe you can join hands around your table or connect with one another as we live into this prayer, and I invite you to listen and pray it as we go together.
The word not so much, and that's Coast Salish, and it's in the same spirit of traveling together. And so please just follow along with me if you know it, and if you don't, pick it up as we go. Not so much together, not so much as one, not so much in unity, together in community, together we are one. Follow my hands. Not so much together, not so much as one, not so much in unity, together in community, together we are one. One more time. Not so much together, not so much as one, not so much in unity, together in community, together we are one.
May God be the road upon which you travel, the mountains on which you are tested and tried, the wells at which you find healing and peace. May Christ be the light by which you travel, the vision which informs and enlarges you, the lodestar shining in your darkest night. May the Spirit be the inspiration as you travel, the restlessness driving you on, the stillness bringing you to the heart of God. And the blessing of the God who created you, the Son who has befriended you, the Spirit who has gifted you, be upon you this night and every night. Amen.